critical condition. He was attacked over a dumpling. Send this to everybody. Yeah, girl, me day I pray for Pinchy.
Stop praying for Pinchy. Pinchy no need a prayer.
Welcome to PBCJ's live coverage of the Lower House. I am Simone Absalom. The session will start with prayers, followed by a roll call of those in attendance. This is usually followed by questions and answers to questions, statements by ministers, items under public business, and private members' motions. But before we begin, let's try a parliamentary trivia. In addition to the separation of functions of the legislature, executive and judiciary, a number of checks and balances have been established by the Constitution to limit the power of the executive. Is this true or false? Get the answer at the end of this introduction to the Lower House. The answer will also be posted on our Facebook page. On the agenda, under statements by ministers, Prime Minister Andrew Holness is down to make a statement providing an update on climate change issues and on his visit to South Korea. Also on the agenda, the Minister of National Security, Dr. Horace Chang, is to give notice of introduction and first reading of a bill shortly entitled the Proceeds of Crime Act 2019 and suspension of the standing orders to enable him to take the motion, take second reading of the bill, and to commence the debate. Under public business, several orders and resolutions are down to be tabled and taken. The Emergency Powers Number 3 Continuance Number 2 Resolution 2019. The Emergency Powers Continuance Number 3 Resolution 2019. For your information, security forces will have the power to search, curtail operating hours of businesses, restrict access to places, and detain persons without warrants. It also gives them the power to stop and question persons and seize property. The law reform zones of special operations and special security community development measures, the Denham Town Community Zone Extension Period of Operation Number 5, Order Resolution 2019, will also be tabled and taken. The members are also down to debate the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem community and environs in the parish of St. James Zone, extension of period of operation number 5, Order Resolution 2019. If time allows, debate will commence on the Proceeds of Crime Amendment Act 2019. Earlier this year, Finance Minister Dr. Nigel Clark said the government would table legislation in Parliament to ensure Jamaica continues to meet international standards regarding anti-money laundering and counter-financing of terrorism. Dr. Clark explained that the legislation would include amendments to the Proceeds of Crime Act, POCA, and regulations to provide for simplified risk-based due diligence measures for dealing with high-risk countries. That's what's on the agenda. It should be noted that elements of the day's agenda can be changed or moved. But before we go, here are a few things you should bear in mind if you plan to attend a session at Gordon House. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the House. No visitor shall be admitted to the House without first obtaining an admission card. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. No photography, videography, or sketching of the proceedings is allowed unless so authorized by the presiding officer. And there should be no smoking inside the parliamentary building. Before we head over to the main event, let's resolve the parliamentary trivia. We asked, in addition to the separation of functions of the legislature, executive and judiciary, a number of checks and balances have been established by the Constitution to limit the power of the executive. Is this true or false? It's true. In addition to the separation of functions of the legislature, executive and judiciary, a number of checks and balances have been established by the Constitution to limit the power of the executive. These include the offices of the Leader of the Opposition, Auditor General, and the Director of Public Prosecutions and more. Now over to the proceedings.
Mr. Golding, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Hales, Mrs. Holness, no, that Mrs. Holness, yes. Mr. Hilton, Mr. Hilton, not here. Mr. Jackson, Mr. Kellier, Dr. McNeil, Ms. Nita, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Michael Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Pickersgill, Mr. Redmond, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Stewart, Reverend Thwaites, Mrs. Baz, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Wright. Mr. Chalk, that's Mr. Chalk. Yes.
Members, before we get into today's business, I wish to recognize 100 students from the Fogo High School in Clarendon. We wish them well and hope they enjoy coming to this Parliament, their teachers and themselves. Again, we welcome you. Statements by ministers.
Mr. Speaker, before we commence today, I just want to express on my own personal behalf my own personal behalf, and of course on behalf of the entire government of Jamaica and this Parliament, and I'm absolutely certain that my friend opposite will make a few comments himself. But one of my famous constituents had an unfortunate accident that has left him somewhat physically challenged at this time. He suffered a broken hip and will have to undergo a very quick recovery and a full recovery. It's one of those unfortunate incidents that took place unavoidably, but I'm quite certain that everyone will join me in wishing for Prime Minister Patterson from his injuries experienced last night.
Mr. Speaker,
Dr. Guy.
sentiments expressed by the leader of government business is something that the entire country wishes for the former Prime Minister. In fact, our party leader visited him this morning as well, and the high spirit that the leader of government business mentioned that he's in, actually is in, and we wish him all the best as he undergoes the treatment that is made available to him by the first-class facility here in Jamaica. And we wish him well and hope that he'll have a full recovery, so that he can continue to be the PJ Patterson that the country knows him to be. Thank you very much, Mr.
Now, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is going to make a statement on climate change and will give the Parliament an update on his recent...
Let's do the SOE before we start.
No, well, statements. We're on statements by Minister. As soon as after.
No, skip that and then. So let's just do the SOE.
Oh, you don't want to do statements? Right?
No, let's just do the SOE.
All right. Well, Mr. Speaker, in the interest of ensuring that we get directly to the handling of the extension of the zones of special operations and the state of emergencies that will be renewed today, I would like you, if you may, to suspend all other matters on the order paper and go directly to notices of motion given orally.
Notices of
Oh, it's the, all right. After announcements.
Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following: Ministry Paper number 70, an annual report of the General Legal Counsel and financial statements for the year 2018-2019. Ministry Paper number 71, the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Denham Town Community Zone Social Intervention as at October 11, 2019. Ministry Paper number 72, entitled The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Measures, Mount Salem Community Zone Social Intervention, September 1, 2017 to October 11, 2019. The Emergency Powers number 3, Continuance, number 2, Resolution 2019. The Emergency Powers Continuance number 3, Resolution 2019 under the Emergency Powers Act. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, Mount Salem Community and Environs in the Parish of St. James Zone. Extension of Period and Operation number 5, Order 2019. And the Law Reform of Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, Mount Salem Community and Environs in the Parish of St. James Zone, extension of period of Operation number 5, Order Resolution 2019. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Denham Town Community Zone, extension of period of Operation number 5, Order 2019. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Denham Town Community Zone, extension of period of Operation number 5, Order Resolution 2019. Annual Report of the University Council of Jamaica, UCJ, for the year 2017-2018. The National Housing Trust, Housing Benefits, Special Selection Money-Musk Country Estates Housing Development Order 2019 under the National Housing Trust. The Auditor General's Department review of the Fiscal Policy Paper for the financial year 2019-2020, Interim Report, the Auditor General's Department. Certified Appropriation Account, Registrar General's Department 2017-2018, Management Institute for National Development 2018-19.
Mr. Speaker, there was an understanding in this House that when papers are laid in this House, would have had at least 12 odd copies, which switched from odd copies to electronic serving of the different things that are laid here. but I find that we are moving away from the issue where 12 copies are provided for this house in hard copies. I'm asking Mr. Speaker that you insist or see to it that when we have things laid on the paper on the table of the House, the 12 copies that we agreed, 12 hard copies to the leader of the House, the deputy leader, the leader of opposition business, the deputy leader of opposition business, the prime minister, leader of opposition business should have a copy. But it has not happened recently. We're not having this recently. And there's one issue that came before the House, whereby most members learned of that through the press. Because most of us don't have the time to check our emails immediately after the House to see what were laid. And the next day when it came in the press before first, we knew that was laid. And if we had the 12 there, we would have known what it is. For example, this is being laid today, and there were no copies across here. I saw a copy across and I asked, what is that? Because this was never given to the leader of government business. Never got a copy, neither did I, or the prime minister. Never got a copy. I saw you and the leader of opposition with a copy before we get none. And that is the reason why I asked why there are some. I asked the question why members of the opposition had these and the government didn't have a copy. It's after that I got a copy here and the leader of the House got a copy. It cannot be like this. Really? It cannot be like this. And it happens consistently where things are served on the desk of opposition and government don't get. Okay? It has happened repeatedly and I have to ask. I am asking Mr. Speaker, you are in charge of the House to insist that the agreement and understanding that 12 copies be served in the House, hard copies, before we start announcement. No, I'm saying that was the agreement. So I'm asking that we go back to that, where the 12 copies are laid for the leader of the House, the deputy leader, leader of opposition business, the deputy, the leader of the opposition, and the prime minister. That's all we're asking for, that we go back to the agreement that was established long before.
Just to Mr. Warmington.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, just to clarify a point.
1 minute. Just a minute, please. There were 12 copies delivered to this House yesterday. 12 copies.
Mr. Speaker, there were 12 copies. They were not laid on the table, as my concern. The concern I raised is that 12 copies did not come to the House. 2 came, and because of a request that they were laid. The request that they got them. So I'm saying the established practice, understanding, is that 12 copies, hard copies, be laid in this House. And I name the 5 persons or 6 persons who ought to be served first. And they were.
So are you saying that you got yours, the leader got his?
Just a minute, Mr. Speaker. I don't like to cut you. And I shouldn't cut the speaker when they're speaking. But let me correct you. I said they were not laid until I asked. I saw 2 copies across there, and that's why I raised the issue. And it was only then that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 copies were served after that. Okay? It were not served. When I asked the question, it was served. We got it after that.
Okay. I don't know whether the relevance of the document should be put before the House starts. 1 minute. Now that the House is in session, before we get to the item, you will have yours, as you have had on your desk, and all members will get their copies.
Mr. Speaker, you missed the point completely. Is that when my time come? We're on announcement and they were not laid, Mr. Speaker. Those are brought. I didn't get a copy then. I just got it. And I'm saying that's the protocol. You have missed my point entirely. I asked you to insist and to ensure that they are served before announcement. That's all I asked you for, you know.
Okay. Dr. Phillips, you need now to speak.
I think the point has been made, but just to ensure that there is no risk of misunderstanding. as it happened, this document was laid on the table. It's headlined announcements, which everyone got. And it highlighted at the end that the Auditor General's review of the fiscal policy paper had been laid in the House or presented to the House, and 25 copies and 1 CD. And since I had not seen the copy, nor had the Shadow Minister of Finance seen it, we asked for a copy. It wasn't that there was any preference shown to this side. No, I agree, but I want to energetically support what you are saying.
Mr. Shimuda. Any further
Mr. Speaker, I ask that you proceed to suspend all items prior to public business and go directly to public business.
Okay, those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? As of it. Notice of motion given orally.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following 2 motions. Where by virtue of Section 21 and 2B of the Constitution of Jamaica, the Governor General may make a proclamation declaring that a state of public emergency exists if satisfied that action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person or body of persons of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety. And whereas the Governor General was satisfied that a state of public emergency existed as a result of the aforementioned circumstances, and whereas on the 5th day of September 2019, the Governor General by proclamation declared that a state of public emergency exists in the entire area comprising the parishes of Clarendon and St. Catherine, and further declared that the said proclamation shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or such longer period, not exceeding 3 months, as both Houses of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all members of each House. And whereas it is provided by Section 23 of the Constitution of Jamaica that a proclamation made by the Governor General for the purposes of and in accordance with that section shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or for such longer periods, not exceeding 3 months, as both Houses of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all members of each House. And whereas under the provisions of Section 3(1) of the Emergency Powers Act, it is lawful for the Governor General during a state of public emergency by order to make regulations for securing the essentials of life to the community, and whereas the Governor General, in exercise of the powers conferred by Section 3(1) of the Emergency Powers Act, made the Emergency Powers No. 3 Regulations 2019 for securing the essentials of life to the entire area comprising the parishes of Clarendon and St. Catherine during the state of public emergency. And whereas Section 3(4) of the Emergency Powers Act provides that any regulation so made shall be laid before the Senate and the House of Representatives as soon as may be after they are made, and shall not continue in force after the expiration of 7 days from the time they are so laid before and the House of Representatives, whichever shall be the later, unless a resolution is passed by the Senate and the House of Representatives providing for the continuance thereof. And whereas the Emergency Powers No. 3 Regulations 2019 were laid in the House of Representatives on the 10th day of September 2019 and in the Senate on the 13th day of September 2019, and whereas it was resolved by both Houses of Parliament that the state of public emergency, as aforementioned, remain and continue in force until the 19th day of October 2019, and whereas it is desirable that A, the state of public emergency declared as aforementioned remain and continue in force for a further period of 3 months until the 18th day of January 2020, and B, the Emergency Powers No. 3 Regulations 2019 continue in force until the expiration of the state of public emergency. Now therefore, be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the Emergency Powers No. 3 Continuance No. 2 Resolution 2019. The state of emergency declared by the Governor-General by proclamation on the 5th day of September 2019 shall remain in force for a further period of 3 months until the 18th day of January 2020. The Emergency Powers No. 3 Regulations 2019 are hereby continued in force until the 18th day of January 2020. Mr. Speaker, I will now read the second resolution. Whereas by virtue of Section 21 and 2B of the Constitution of Jamaica, the Governor-General may make a proclamation declaring that a state of public emergency exists if satisfied that action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person or body or persons of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety. And whereas the Governor-General was satisfied that a state of public emergency existed as a result of the aforementioned circumstances, and whereas on the 30th day of April 2019, the Governor-General by proclamation declared that a state of public emergency exists in the entire area comprising the parishes of St. James, Hanover, and Westmoreland, and further declared that the said proclamation shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or for such longer period, not exceeding 3 months, as both Houses of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by 2/3 majority of members of each House. And whereas it is provided by Section 23 of the Constitution of Jamaica that a proclamation made by the Governor-General for the purposes and in accordance with that section shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or for such longer period, not exceeding 3 months, as both Houses of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all the members of each House. And whereas, under the provisions of Section 3(1) of the Emergency Powers Act, it is lawful for the Governor-General, during a state of public emergency, by order, to make regulations for securing the essentials of life to the community, and whereas the Governor-General, in exercise of the powers conferred upon him by Section 3(1) of the Emergency Powers Act, made the Emergency Powers Regulations 2019 for securing the essentials of life to the entire area comprising the parishes of St. James, Hanover, and Westmoreland during the state of public emergency. And whereas Section 3(4) of the Emergency Powers Act provides that any regulation so made shall be laid before the Senate and the House of Representatives as soon as may be after they are made, and shall not continue in force after the expiration of 7 days from the time they are so laid before the Senate and the House of Representatives, whichever shall be the later, unless a resolution is passed by the Senate and the House of Representatives providing for the continuance thereof. And whereas the Emergency Powers Regulation 2019 were laid in the Senate on the 3rd day of May 2019 and in the House of Representatives on the 7th day of May 2019, And whereas it was resolved by both Houses of Parliament that the state of public emergency, as aforementioned, remain and continue in force until the 28th day of 2019. And whereas it is desirable that the state of public emergency declared as aforementioned remain and continue in force for a further period of 3 months until the 27th day of January 2020. And B, the emergency regulations 2019 continue in force until the expiration of the state of public emergency. Now therefore, be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the Emergency Powers Continuance Number 3 resolution. And 2. The state of public emergency declared by the Governor-General by a proclamation on the 30th day of April 2019 shall remain in force for a further period of 3 months until the 27th day of January 2020. The emergency powers regulation are hereby continued in force until the 27th day of January 2020. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take these motions.
Dr. Chow.
Mr. Speaker, I beg you to give notice that the next meeting of the House I will move the following motions. The law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Denham Town Community Zone, extension of period operation number 5, Order Resolution 2019. Whereas Section 4 of the law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, Act 2017, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides the Prime Minister in Council by order declare any geographically defined area within a single continuous boundary in Jamaica as a zone of special operations for a period not exceeding 60 days, if therefore are reasonable grounds to believe that due to rampant criminality, gang warfare, escalating violence and murder, and the threat to the rule of law and public order, it is necessary so to do. And whereas in accordance with this section, the Prime Minister in Council made the law reform zone special operations, special security and community development measures, declaration of the Denham Town Community Zone number 2, Order 2017, and whereas that order provides that the said zone shall operate for a period of 60 days, and whereas Section 5 of the Act provides that the Prime Minister in Council, after consultation with Joint Command made by order subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives, extend the period of such further periods, each not exceeding 60 days. And whereas the 14th day of October 2019, the Prime Minister in Council made the law reform zones of special operations, security and community development measures, the Denham Town Community Zone, extension of operation number 5, Order 2019, and therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. The resolution may be cited as the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Denham Town Community Zone, extension of period of operation number 5, Order 2019. The law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Denham Town Community Zone, extension of period order of operation number 5, Order 2019, is hereby affirmed. Number 2, the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem Community and Environs in the Parish of St. James Zone, extension of period of operation number 5, Order 2019. Whereas Section 4 of the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, Act 2017, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that the Prime Minister in Council order declaring a geographic defined area within a single continuous boundary in Jamaica as a zone of special operations for a period not exceeding 60 days if there are reasonable grounds to believe that due to rampant criminality, gang warfare, escalating violence, and murder, and the threat to the rule of law and public order, it is necessary so to do. And whereas, in accordance with that section, the Prime Minister in Council made a law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem community environs in the parish of St. James Zone, Order 2017, and whereas that order provides that the said zone shall operate for a period of 60 days, and whereas Section 5 of the Act provides that the Prime Minister in Council, after consultation joint command, may by order subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives extend the said period for such further periods, each not exceeding 60 days. And whereas on the 14th day of October 2019, the Prime Minister in Council made a law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem community and environment, the parish of St. James Zone, extension of period of operation number 5, Order 2019. Now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. First, this resolution may be cited as the law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem community and environs in the parish of St. James Zone, extension of period of operation number 5, Order Resolution 2019. Second, the law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem community and environs in the parish of St. James Zone, extension of period of operation number 5, Order 2019 is hereby affirmed. First, the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Denham Town Community Zone, extension of period of operation number 5, Order Resolution 2019. Second, the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Mount Salem community and environs in the parish of St. James Zone, extension of period of operation number 5, Order Resolution 2019. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today I will move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take these two motions.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House I will move, be it resolved that the National Housing Trust, Housing Benefit Special Selection Monimus Country Estate Housing Development Order 2019 under the National Housing Trust Act, which was laid on the table of the House on the 15th day of October 2019, be referred to the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give that at a later stage today I will move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, they are just giving notice for them. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that in the next meeting of the House I will move to introduce and have read the first time a bill entitled the Proceeds of Crime Amendment Act 2019. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today I will move for the suspension of standing orders, enable me to take first reading of the bill, give notice of the second reading, commence debate on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motions, notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Those against? Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. Mr. Speaker, I don't propose to go through an extensive presentation on the resolution before us, which is to extend the existing states of public emergency in the tri-parish of Westmoreland, Hanover, and St. James, and the dual parishes of St. Catherine and Clarendon, except to give just an update on the state of crime, particularly serious crimes, murders and shootings in the areas. Mr. Speaker, a state of public emergency was declared for the parish of St. James, Westmoreland, and Hanover, each of which represents a police division, but collectively form one contiguous area of operations, with effect from the 30th of April 2019, with the current period of extension slated to expire on the 28th of October 2019. The selection of the area for a state of public emergency was driven by considerations primarily comprising the rate of murders in communities that fall within the geographical space, along with factors such as the presence of guns, gangs, and guns, and the collective effect of gun violence in the contiguous space. Mr. Speaker, for the comparative 162 days prior to and during the state of public emergency, and that would be from the 19th of November 2018 to the 29th of April 2019, and the 30th of April to the 8th of October 2019, respectively, the tri-parish area experienced an overall reduction in murders by 35%. That is from 142 murders to 93 murders. And in shootings by 43%, reducing from 140 to 8 shootings. In fact, so that, just to be clear, Mr. Speaker, so if you were to take the 162 days from the declaration of the state of public emergency, not necessarily from the beginning of the year, you would see the reduction. So this shows the effectiveness of the tool of the state of public emergency. In fact, Mr. Speaker, over the period 30th of April 2019 to the 8th of October 2019, during the period of the state of public emergency, reductions were recorded in all three parishes. So murders and shootings in the parish of St. James reduced by 5%. So in the period of the SOE, murders reduced from 64 in the period for the year before to 61, and 13% for shootings, moving from 61 to 53 when compared to the equivalent period last year. Murders and shootings in the parish of Westmoreland reduced by 62%. 62%, Mr. Speaker. That is moving from 51% for the equivalent, 51 rather, murders in the equivalent period last year to now 21 murders this year. And 58% for shootings, Mr. Speaker, moving from 57 shootings in the equivalent period last year to only 24 shootings when compared to the equivalent period this year. Murders and shootings in the parish of Hanover have reduced by 52% and 86% respectively. So, Mr. Speaker, as a tool of controlling serious crimes, the SOEs are working. So cumulatively, for the same period, a total of 1,894 persons were detained, of which 148 were arrested and 74 remain in custody for the entire area. There were 901 arrests and charges within the division for varying offences, to include breaches of the Firearms Act, 138, breaches of the Dangerous Drugs Act, 86, were arrested and charged. For murder, 45 were arrested and charged. For shooting, 42 were charged, and for robbery, 34. 60 firearms and 4,133 rounds of ammunition have also been recovered in the space. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding these gains, the Tri-Parish region continues to raise significant security concerns nationally. Cumulatively, the three parishes still account for 20% of murders and 19% of shootings committed throughout the country over the period 1st of January 2019 to the 9th of October 2019. The threat of guns, gangs, and dons in the area under the SOE remain prevalent. The gangs operating in these three divisions are known to perpetuate violent criminal activities, thereby causing a high level of fear and insecurity among the citizens. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the update for the dual parishes, that would not and St. Catherine. Mr. Speaker, a state of public emergency was declared in the parishes of Clarendon and St. Catherine with effect from the 5th of September 2019 and is slated to end on the 19th of October 2019. The selection of the area under the state of public emergency was primarily driven by the rate of murders, gang-related activities, and other associated violent activities operating in the contiguous space. Mr. Speaker, you may recall from my previous presentation on the 19th of September that the full 90-day extension was not voted. And this was contingent on the provision of certain information requested by the opposition. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the Minister of National Security would have supplied the requested information to the opposition spokesman on national security. And it was also contingent, well, not contingent, but we discussed that there should be a national attempt at consensus on a crime-fighting strategy. And, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that there is progress in that regard. The leader of the opposition and myself, facilitated by a civil society group, has started work in this regard, and on Thursday there should be a stakeholder meeting which will address concerns, deliberate seriously the issues we face, and seek to create uncontested political space in which there can be a national consensus on the crime-fighting plan for Jamaica. I think that is a positive step, a step in the right direction. So, Mr. Speaker, I can report also that the business hours were extended for Clarendon and St. Catherine. And Mr. Speaker, I am now indicating that it is our intention to extend the business hours for the St. Andrews South. State of public emergency. The Western one is already done. So we will, hopefully by the end of this week, Minister of National Security, have the Gazette published with the extended hours. We're going to seek to make it similar to what exists in St. Catherine and Clarendon. So I think, Mr. Speaker, the rates of murders and shootings collectively in the by-parish area have reduced, that is St. Catherine and Clarendon, have reduced by 62% and 70% respectively when compared to the equivalent period last year. So just to give you a sense of what we're saying, Mr. Speaker, we have had the state of public emergency now in St. Catherine and in Clarendon for 34 days, and within that 34 days, murders and shootings, when compared to the similar period last year, have reduced. So again, Mr. Speaker, have reduced by 62 and 70%. Murders 62 and shootings down by 70. So it for the combined areas, yes. Yes, I will. I'm almost certain I have that here. Yes. So it shows the effectiveness of the tool. There's no question about the tool being effective in the areas that they are. So similarly, Mr. Speaker, over the period the 5th of September 2019 to the 8th of October 2019, during the period of the state of public emergency, reductions were recorded in all 3 police divisions. So that is within. So murders and shootings in the police division of St. Catherine North, that reduced by 69% and 50% respectively. Murders and shootings in the police division of St. Catherine South reduced by 36% and 89% respectively. Murders and shooting in the police division of Clarendon have reduced by 80% and 75%. So in the 34 days in Clarendon, 3 murders were recorded. Compared to the same period last year, you had 15. And of course, 75% reductions in shootings. That's it. No, 7 would be in total. Yeah. Well, so, Mr. Speaker, just to give you an update again on the activities of the police in the area, a total of 1,145 persons were detained, of which 207 were arrested and 86 remain in custody. There were 302 arrests and charges within the division. So there might have been, so the total detention was 1,145. Of that, some would have been arrested and charged, and then depending on their, bail or would be released. Yeah. So there are 302 arrests and charges within the division for varying offences, to include breach of the Firearms Act, 30 were arrested for that, breach of the Dangerous Drugs Act, 32, murders 10, shootings 9, robbery 10, and sexual offenses 20. 11 firearms and 106 rounds of ammunition was also recovered. Mr. Speaker, in spite of all these gains, St. Catherine North Police Division recorded 70 murders overall. This reflects the 6th highest number of murders for the same period, judging from last year. Cumulatively, the combined and contiguous geographical space of St. Catherine and Clarendon accounts for 27% of murders in the country since the start of the year. So it's very important to note, Mr. Speaker, that once the SOEs are put in place, they are effective. Murders and shootings go right down. And what we are seeing is that the delay in implementing the SOEs would have meant that for the month starting from January to the point of their implementation, the murders would have accumulated, and therefore just having the SOE for 34 days would not be sufficient to have an impact totally on the national murder rate. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to close my presentation here, but I want to say to this House that there have been several studies done to show that is where citizens are losing their lives to violence are not the countries that are at war. In other words, I mean, the accurate way to say it is that the issue of homicide, of murders, of people losing their lives to violence are more prominent in countries that are not at war. In fact, the statistics show that in Mexico, absolutely, more persons are killed than in Afghanistan. They start from that point, Mr. Speaker, to raise the issue that there is something operating in some societies, because what they have shown is that in this region, the Caribbean region, Latin American Caribbean region, we have the highest rate of homicides, and we don't have any wars. But there is something in people to use violence to resolve conflict, and the ultimate expression of violence is to take someone's life. It's murder. So there is a social problem. It could be driven by the economics, as you said, inequality. It could be driven by lack of education. It could be many issues. But it is clear that within the Latin American Caribbean region, this is the region with the highest murder rates in the world. And there needs to be a national approach in tackling the problem. It's not only a crime-fighting problem. There is the underlying issue of why it is that violence is being used so often to resolve conflicts.
Dr. Phillips.
I'd like, Mr. Speaker, to begin at the point where the Prime Minister ended his remarks. I think all of us in this House, and I believe the majority of the people in the country, would accept that crime, violent crime, murders, probably represents the major threat to the country's progress and advancement, and that this is an issue around which entire nation should find some consensus as to the way forward. Our hope, we have long sought on this side to have the national stakeholders participate in a discussion, and without belaboring why it didn't happen or belaboring the fact that we have been seeking for 10 months, we are pleased that this venture is now underway, and that we hope that the result will be some measure of agreement, not just between those of us here in the but indeed a consensus that can embrace the wider community of stakeholders within the nation, and that ultimately, in much the same way as I believe we have tackled some of our problems of high levels of debt and found the necessary will, we can find a path forward that will not depend on or will not be affected by the change in administrations. The problem did not emerge over a short period, and without doubt the remedies will have to occur over a sustained period, and it will require sincere buy-in by all of us. One of the issues, no doubt, which has been a source of contention in this House has concerned this question of the use of the states of emergency. In effect, as the Prime Minister has emphasized today, the state of emergencies constitute a centerpiece of the government strategy. And he has outlined today the considerations in the various areas. In our view, contrary to his, in a sense, the data doesn't support the idea that a state of emergency is a prolonged states of emergency are the most effective strategy to be used. For one thing, the question is which unit of analysis you use. If you look community by community, you may come out with one answer. But if you look at the nation as a whole, what is clear is that despite 6 states of emergency over the last 18 months, we are this year, thus far, facing about a 1% increase in the rates of homicides. Or imagine what it could be if we had a better strategy. I don't want to stir up contention. I really just want to say that the evidence is something we should discuss. Maybe here is not the best place, but it is something that we should discuss. But even if you look at it parish by parish, or police division by police division, what we are seeing, unless you are arguing the case that eventually we are going to go island-wide, about a 44% increase in murders year on year. And where we are having, as of September 29, end of September 2019, or 120, that it was in the implementation of policies. St. Andrew South, where there is a state of emergency, has been St. Andrew South Police Division. My colleague wants me to emphasize, not constituency. There again, we are seeing a 7%, 7.5% increase continuing despite a state of emergency in place. Admittedly, Hanover is down 44%, Westmoreland is down 42%. St. Andrew, but looked at in the areas where there is no state of emergency, again, we see a varied set of results. But almost everywhere, Kingston Central, up 136% admittedly, with low absolute numbers. Kingston Eastern, with higher absolute numbers, 60 murders, September. 60 murders as against 48 last year, 25% up. St. Andrews Central, up 22%, 77 murders as against 63 last year. And we are seeing, not to belabor the statistics, the simple point is, St. Anne is seeing an increase also. Not to belabor the statistics, but the simple point is that the SOEs, simply put, doesn't suit all situations. What we need is a more refined strategy, able to contemplate the different circumstances of the different areas, and indeed to address the central problem that needs to be addressed, and which, quite frankly, I think is not being addressed, which is how do you acquire the intelligence to identify active homicidal criminals, find the investigative tools to bring them to book and put them before a court and secure a conviction. That's the challenge that we have to face. And in truth, we seem to be slipping backwards. Beyond that, there is evidence I want to suggest. Not conclusive, but there is evidence that the deterrent effect of the state of emergency is eroding. It was intended, and I've said it before, Mr. Speaker, to deliver shock and awe. That's what it is intended to do. That's what it is intended to do. That's why the framers of the Constitution said we must come back here after 14 days, because properly implemented, not a milk and water version, properly implemented, it is intended to disrupt normal life extensively, comprehensively, in a way that is unmistakable. I have gone through some of the areas over the last few days, last week and this week, traveling extensively in St. Catherine, and Clarendon. I must tell you, I don't see a police patrol, a military patrol. I don't see, I see one in Portmore, round by Waterford, one checkpoint.
That was intermittent, it's not there all the time.
No, I just talk about what I see. What I see. Desmond. The member from Western Kingston. We can have that reasoning. But the fact of the matter is that when criminals in St. James video themselves undertaking robberies, it don't suggest that they are intimidated by the existence of the SOE or that they are in shock or awe. When criminals in St. James abduct a businessman, carry him to his business place, rob the business place, murder him, drive with the car, drive with the body in a vehicle and dispense of it without any interruption in their passage from home to business, from business to discard point. It suggests that it is a ineffective exercise in the state of emergency. In fact, if truth be told, what seems to be the case, that the one power that is being sought is the power to detain at will. That is the power that is being sought, not the other things. More recently I am told in Clarendon, a businessman was burnt. His whole business and body just burnt. So this is evidence, some evidence, as I said, not conclusive, that it is losing its deterrent effect. The declarations, the more we do it, the less disruptive it is, and the effect of this is going to be felt over the long term, not now necessarily, but for the future, when people say, I know nothing. State of emergency, I know nothing. State of emergency should be a big, big thing. We believe that there are other means that can be found to accomplish some of these things, and we have said so. There are other issues that have been raised about it. There is also, when done in a prolonged way, and we have had evidence before in our history. We have had it with the Suppression of Crime Act, which was introduced in the 70s, continued through the 80s, and repealed ultimately in the 90s. But we have evidence that over the period, there was a growing disregard for citizens' rights, which occurred and which still has not been remedied fully as it should be. And therefore, when the things happening as social media reported suggests, happens in Denham town with a citizen, what you see, and I'm not blaming the police because I think it's a systemic problem. I think if you put police out there and you work them 18, 19 hours and the stress levels rise and you're out there on the front line, the impulse, when clothed with absolute authority, the impulse to disrespect the citizen will grow. And it is the duty of the policymakers to take these factors into account. And I think there is a risk that we have of imperiling, weakening the respect for citizens' rights that ought to be great. I accept that the instruction has been given not to disrupt. I accept. I am not arguing that point. I am really suggesting that you are stretching the resources of the security forces so thin that two things are happening. One, this tendency to disregard citizens' rights. And two, it won't, I'm in no way proclaiming it as the impulse of the whole force. Let me make it clear. I am not saying the whole force. I am saying, however, if you have people out there stressed out for 18, 19, 20-hour shifts, sometimes people don't come to replace them. As some soldiers said, disrupting family life. I mean, by the time you get home, it is something that will happen. And I am saying also it is leaving other sections of the country vulnerable and unpoliced or insufficiently policed because the resources have been moved to the SOE areas, and that it is a counterproductive strategy in that regard. Now, having said all of this, we don't see any other plan on offer. And I accept that the citizens of the country are understandably fearful because of the levels, the high levels of criminal activity that is around, because of the gruesome acts that are taking place, the absolute disregard for the life of man, woman, and child being manifest by some of these criminals, all forms of life, and that they legitimately want to see some response that offers them the chance of a reprieve from this sense of insecurity that has spread across the land. And so we're going to support an extension. But two things. First of all, as I said, we are doing so in the expectation that the discussions that are to start on Thursday, which I don't expect will be concluded on Thursday, will be approached not just with a decision to participate, but with open minds and a willingness to search for solutions that are acceptable to the national community as a whole. But also I want to urge that in view of the impending Christmas season, and I must say that there is great concern still in sections of St. Catherine, particularly in the Portmore, Greater Portmore communities, among the business people, both Chamber of Commerce, medium-sized businesses, distribution, and in the small business sector about what will happen business-wise over the Christmas season. They're already hurting. And as the president of one of the chambers of commerce said to me, remember, when the businesses collapse, it is a very difficult thing for them to start again. They are sending home staff in some instances. They are closing because it's the way the situation evolves. People change their shopping patterns. They decide to shop in Kingston. Despite the extension of the hours, they're not returning to shopping. When they come back home to the dormitory, they don't know what will happen if they are out on the road after hours. So you have that response, and you have the other response of a fish vendor in Bogwalk, who says, well, she wants some security, but she wants the hours to allow her to earn a living. And so I would urge for your consideration that you extend to the end of November and allow a time for a Christmas regime to be contemplated, to review the effects of the states of emergency, where you need or don't need, and to contemplate not creating a scene such that we cause even further economic hardship on the small producers than has been already caused, especially during the Christmas season. I think that there is an opportunity that is being developed when the country can find some agreed way forward that will not make this an issue of contention. Crime fighting will not make crime fighting an issue of contention. We need to learn from our history as a country. Problem didn't emerge, even though it might have worsened over the last couple of years. But it is a long-standing problem which must be dealt with in the same way that we agreed to deal with reducing the national debt, which has been a garrote around the throat of the country. We can find a way forward if we are determined and sincere about it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Permission to speak from a seat other than my own. Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Mark.
Mr. Speaker.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, I certainly intend to be brief today. Yes. You know the thing. I want to hail the start of the discussions that both the Prime Minister and the Leader of Opposition have mentioned that have started. Because I believe that is the kind of approach we need as a country to our crime fighting, which has been eating up so many of our scarce resources, and that has our people in such fear of their lives. So I want to laud that. I also wanted to suggest, I know we are discussing the states of emergency and in St. Catherine and the others that are here, and not in St. Andrew South, but I wanted to just make a few points. Before I go there, I want to also thank the Prime Minister for the announcement of the extended business hours in St. Andrew South, because we have been longing for it and we have been looking forward to that amendment as well. I think I've said it before, but I want to repeat it. I think it was Minister Chang who told us that we have approximately 200 illegal guns that enter the country every month. What that means is that if the actions that we are taking, the SOE, if those are not recovering weapons at a rate to diminish, to really impact on that 200 coming in every single month, then it means that we are leaving so many of us still at risk. And I want to point that out. So when persons ask about how many guns have been recovered, I want us to bear in mind that it is an important marker that persons are interested in. So that's one. I had the opportunity to look at some of the research being done in terms of crime fighting policies and programs. And I was surprised to note that in doing the evaluation, what the research suggested is that it was difficult to actually evaluate the impact, because so often when we were setting out the policies and programs to begin with, we did not have measurable targets. And I think that also is something that we need to be looking at. Because if we have a policy and a program for something that is as important as crime fighting, I believe we all need to know what are the targets we are aiming for, so that over time we can begin to actually measure that. I also heard recently, and I think it was a minister of government, speaking about social interventions in the past. And I think it might even have been the Minister of National Security himself. And it suggested to me that there was no confidence in the social intervention programs that we have had. Now, I'm alarmed at that. And I'll tell you why I'm alarmed at that. I'm alarmed at that because I would have expected that we would have done some amount of assessment of the social intervention programs, because the state of emergency by itself will not get us to where we want to go. We are going to have to implement several social intervention initiatives. And if we are not clear on what works, why it works, and what we need to deal with, some of our root causes, then it means that we are not devising a comprehensive set of actions or activities that will get us to where we want to get to. So I'm extremely concerned about that, and I want to ask that the government puts some more attention, effort into the social interventions and what would be the suite of options, so that it can be articulated in a way to give us confidence that it isn't just that we're shutting down places, we're doing this, but that in fact we have a suite, a menu of options, and we know exactly what it is that we are aiming to do with them. I wanted, in wrapping up, just to say, the Prime Minister spoke about the rate of murder in Jamaica, which mirrors, in a sense, the rest of the region. In doing the research again, I noted, and I think last week I mentioned some of it, that, not Cuba, that at independence, our crime was amongst the lowest anywhere in the world. That by 1974, with the level of crime remaining relatively stable. Violent crimes was 10% of crime. But by 1996, we're talking about 43% of all crime committed were now violent crimes. And I think it was in 2018, the police statistics suggest that it is now anywhere between 80 and 90%. What that means is that, and the Prime Minister mentioned it, we have to spend far more time and resources in the research and the assessment as to what are the underlying causes. Because until we begin to take consistent aim at those, and that all of our ministries and all of the programs that we have, whether it is from the MPs, from the councillors, from the agencies, that all of our actions are then aimed, yes, at, for example, closing the equality gap that we have. For example, that feeling of social exclusion, that feeling of economic disempowerment. Until we begin to deal with those issues, we are not going to deal with the heart of what it is. And then finally, one last suggestion. And I am certain that the experience in St. Andrews South, well, I'm not talking about St. Andrews South, no, I'm talking about St. Andrews Southwestern, which is a part of St. Andrews South, where there is, in fact, a state of emergency. Prime Minister, I know you would not be surprised if I told you that since we were here last week, we had 2 murders on St. Joseph Road, one in Halfway Tree that's linked to Southwest St. Andrew, one in White Wing, where another death and one was injured, and that last night in Greenwich Town, the cable man was killed. Last evening as well, in a drive-by, just a few chains away from one of the posts, the static posts, one young man was killed, one woman injured, and 2 others injured. And I raise it because I also, one of the things I think sometimes we don't look at, when we give averages, they tell a story, but they do not tell all the story, because averages tend to hide some of our truths. Yeah? And what do I mean by that? So if you take the average and you talk about, for example, in St. Andrews South, that the increase is only 7.5%. It's true, absolutely true. But if you go into Southwest St. Andrews and ask anybody, and even do the data, yeah? Look at the data, the increase in that sub-area would be far greater than the 7.5%. And so I would really like to see within the broader police divisions, as broad as they are, that there is also a zeroing in on some of what they would normally call hotspots, but those areas within there that need special treatment. And because a lot of us are feeling that that's not happening. The last time I spoke about having more boots, more patrols, and I know the Prime Minister himself would remember that, I think it was sometime last week, just on Woodpecker Avenue, a stone's throw away again from a static post, there was a murder committed. And what a lot of persons all over, what they're asking for is, how do we increase, yes, have some static posts, but increase the kind of patrols in communities so persons can benefit from the movement and the eyes of the security forces that are there. A young man said to me this today, just before coming here, he said to me, MP, you know the worst thing about the state of emergency? Because the police and soldiers are just up the road, we think it's okay. And here we were, doing a little gambling as usual, drinking a little drink as usual, and boops, a drive-by, 1 dead and 4 injured. And so these are some of the things that I want us to take a look at, and to really look at how then we recalibrate what we have put out there to make room and adjustment for the reality that we are experiencing, so that the citizens can not only feel safer, but that they can actually be safer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, in the press today, there is a most important article regarding the efficacy of social transformation in Jamaica and situating it in the context of crime reduction. I wish to associate myself entirely with the sentiments in that article written by Dr. Horace Chang, Minister of National Security. Yes.
Horace?
Yes.
This one?
Yes.
About social intervention?
But it's time now, Mr. Speaker. But it's time now, Mr. Speaker, that we face not just the enunciation, but rather with the implementation. Dr. Chang, in a previous iteration, has criticized the jaggedness and ineffectiveness of various programs of so-called social intervention. Mr. Speaker, he's correct. If you look at what is presented to this Honourable House today as the aggregate of community intervention measures in the areas for which we are being asked to extend these emergency powers, you will see the proof of exactly what he's saying. They are useful measures, but they are not nearly far-reaching and radical enough to deal with the systemic problem that both the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition have acknowledged in their presentations. There may be a place for, and indeed regular law, no state of emergency is required to ensure that there are copious boots on the ground, which is what the people really want to see when in the crime-prone areas. They equate the state of emergency with the prevalence of police and soldier presence, when in fact that presence does not require the state of emergency. Ordinary law, passed over generations in this House, provide for that. We must not confuse the two. What the genuine surcease of crime will require will demand a complete rethinking of the national budget going forward, because it will require programs of social reintegration and intervention at the level of the community, of the family, and, Mr. Speaker, yes, in the education system. I did an anecdotal survey in the inner city community for which I have some continuing responsibility. And again, the situation is that our boys from grade 9 to 11 are dropping out of school without any intervention whatever. The level of absenteeism because of want of lunch money or bus fare or any disciplined attention to school attendance is a chronic problem. And it is, if you come with me to Central Police Station and see those who are being detained, it is not the bigwigs of crime, Mr. Speaker. It is the friars of social delinquency. It is those who have no parents. It is those who have nobody to turn to in the society. And this is not a bleeding heart plea, although the issue of social deviance is a matter of the heart. It's a matter of the perversity of the soul and the fact that we have lost many of our traditional values. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, we must do what is really going to help. Extending the state of emergency cannot take us where we want to go. The measure of social intervention that is here in these documents here today are a slight genuflection towards the social destruction in our society and do not reflect either the gravity of the problem or the capacity of our means, financial and human resources, to deal with it. And for that reason, we opt, as we have done for generations, for repression rather than social reconstruction, meaningful social reconstruction. I wonder, Mr. Speaker, what's going to happen at that meeting on Thursday between the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition? Who is going to set the agenda? Will the issues that Dr. Chang has raised in his perceptive article really be given the kind of center stage? Because if it were to be so, if the money and the resolve from this High Court were to be evident in that, and if you could see those things really happening, then if you told me that you needed a period of continuing repression by a state of emergency for a limited period, as was the intent and diktat of the Constitution, you'd have my support. But without that, Mr. Speaker, we are lurching towards authoritarianism and a kind of normative, soft dictatorship which will soon harden. Mr. Speaker, I appeal to those who want us to believe that this is, after all of these months and years, finally the time for consensus building. When was the last Jamaica House meeting? What has happened between now and then? How come we're just willing to talk across the aisle now? How come, after all the invitations, think of what Howard Mitchell has been saying and many others, churches, and now we're willing, all right, better late than never. But don't waste this opportunity, Mr. Speaker. And until we are really serious about doing those things to prevent social destruction of those who bear the image and likeness of the Almighty Father, then we who, from no position of strength or nobility, simply must say that we cannot take the easy expedient rather than doing the profound, difficult, wrenching, economically disturbing, but ultimately salvific measure, such as those suggested by the Minister of National Security himself today. I commend these sentiments to the government and the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. When I rise to speak in this House, I do so on behalf of the people of Northern Clarendon, who are the ones who have sent me here, and more so, or wider, as a citizen of Clarendon, born and grown in Clarendon. I speak also on behalf of the people of Clarendon. And I would like to say at the outset that before I came here this morning, I spent a lot of time to canvass the views of as many persons as possible from my constituency, and they have instructed me to support the extension. Notwithstanding the position of my party, if my people had said to me, do not vote for it, I would not have voted for the extension. But they have also said that I have to raise some issues. I could have been absent. I could have been outside when the vote, like some of your members, like when the vote is to be taken. In the Senate, you have to be calling for them sometimes. But we had a state of emergency declared for 34 days in Clarendon. It ends on the 19th. October the 19th, 34 days, and the Prime Minister indicated that crime or murders went down in Clarendon in the 38 days as compared to the similar period last year. Members of the House will recall last year and late 2017 when I was bawling out for some action in Clarendon, when the crime had reached a peak with the gruesome beheadings that were taking place in the parish. Notwithstanding the state of emergency, the crime in my constituency has gone up. Saturday night, young Miss Janice Simpson, beautiful young lady, 22 years old, see her here, 2 kids, was gone down at her gate in Turtle Pond, Brandon Hill. Can't recall when there has been a murder in Turtle Pond, in Brandon Hill. She was with a companion, the companion was shot up. And they could have escaped all the way back from Brandon Hill up to Kellits and just get away. Rob some people going home from work in Top Hill. And as a picture of the car was sent to me, how many bullet wounds were in the car, but still not apprehended. Not apprehended. What is the problem with the state of emergency in the parish of Clarendon as it relates to the upper hills of Clarendon? There is no added mobility, and I'm taking my constituency as an example. The people feel secure, maybe falsely so, because there's a state of emergency. And they know there are hours which we fought for. It was 8 o'clock, it extended to 11. I experienced the locking down of functions myself before the extension. I was present at function when the police said, well, you know, Mr. Daly, you have to close, you have to leave. So they benefited from the extension. But they have benefited from nothing else. The same one motor vehicle is in Crofts Hill Police Station. 15 policemen and women are stationed there. From Crofts Hill to Brandon Hill on the bad roads, 3 weeks of rain, it will take them maybe an hour to reach down there. And for them to reach the Chapelton, if they're heading that direction, is maybe another half an hour. There's no soldier present. As one lady said to me, one of my leaders said, no soldier and police, and we are supposed to be in SOE. I'm talking about what my people are saying to me. In a state of emergency, which is supposed to be a shock and awe for a period of time, we want to see some presence, some cordon and search, some activities by the security forces, some intelligence. Because the people who shot young Janice Simpson and leaving her 2 kids, they are somewhere. They escaped. And people must have information. Where's the intelligence? In the state of emergency, Mr. Chin and Ludlow got robbed. 9 men dressed up as police and soldiers said they're from state of emergency. Lie. Went down on his place and robbed him. Turned up his place and were there for several hours. 1 police station, the nearest other one is down in Chapelton, the next one is in Frankfield, the next one is in K Valley, and yet the Crofts Hill police are not given extra manpower and extra mobility. So if you're spending money for a state of emergency, and everybody knows, when an area gets hot, criminals find a cool area. Cool. The hills cool, and there's little crime in the hills. The whole of last year had no murders in there. There was no murder in the hills of Clarendon. I think we're registering 2 or 3 now this year. The records will show. The SOE for Clarendon, well, for me it would be up because there was none up to now. For North Clarendon, the murder rate would be up because there was no murder before the SOE. You understand what I'm saying? There would be none. So, what I'm saying is that while we feel, and the people of Jamaica have come to accept, I think one of our members, I could have been the member from Manchester Central, that when people are in fear and they don't feel that there's anything else, they hold on to anything. The truth is, I don't think there's a real crime plan for the parish of Clarendon. The officers are working, they are trying their best. But if you have a crime plan, you're going to look and say, okay, the one vehicle that you have, under the state of emergency, we're going to beef up your mobility, because we know as a fact that there's increased solace given to people from outside as far away as St. James to the hills of Clarendon. Maybe 2. I think it was last night, Mr. Henry, gentleman who operates Newman Wholesale at Guinep Tree in Maypen, Guinep Tree, was shot and killed. last night. SOE right there, Maypen. By the time these people were, the criminals were able to escape, they find the man dead and burnt. There's really no checkpoints, you know, if people understand. And I drove out some section of Clarendon over the weekend, and I came through Spanish Town. When I came to Innswood, I saw two young police officers, as if they were just graduated. And I tell you, they're trying their best. They want to stop you, but they don't want to stop you. They're hesitant. Eventually you stop and you say, hello sons, how are you? And they lay up and you wine in the glass and you go. One checkpoint up in the hills, I think is at Maypen, Woodall, I pass it there. Nothing else. They wind up the glass and look in, nothing. Criminals can't go anywhere. The intelligence gathering of the force has to be increased. I don't know what is happening, but how is it? Citizens can know who carry out these acts, and the police cannot know. And the police are working, they're tired, I'm telling you, they're tired. Something has to be done other than just this. Where there has to be an investment in not just the mobility of the headquarters and the JDF headquarters, but in the mobility of the small stations out there in the rural areas. You have to take that decision. We have to do it. While supporting it, I'm just saying, I'm waiting for the social intervention, because I'm not going to stop talking about social intervention. I will never stop talking about it, because some of the things that I see, I'm waiting for the minister to introduce this. I do all of these things every year without a SOE. I'm begging for SOE now then. Give me a SOE so I can do some more. I give birth certificate, Zozo. I give out birth certificate. I do parenting courses. I do summer camp. I do parenting meetings. I do all of these things that I see here, except zinc fence, because we really run the zinc fence. Right? So I am begging for Zozo to get some social intervention. We are supporting the extension, you know. We are supporting I am supporting it based on the instruction of my people. But I am telling the government, we have to look at how we mobilize the resource for these small stations and these small group of policemen and women who are working so hard out there in rural areas. And you cannot have a SOE in a parish and there's no difference. As one of my persons said to me, there's no difference at all. What is the difference? Huh? Well, you can talk when you come. But there's no difference. As far as our people are concerned, the only difference is that they were locking down the dances, locking down the nights, locking down the open air church services, and now they can open until 11 o'clock. Till 11 o'clock. So in making these points, I'm saying I'm voting for an extension, and I'm not voting to carry SOE for 90 days. I'm not voting for it to go into Christmas to lock down in the Grand Market, because that is the experience we have had. We always have a Grand Market. It's one of the best Grand Markets in Jamaica. So, Mr. Speaker, in making these comments, I want to say an appeal. I want to appeal to the government, the Ministry of National Security, the ministry itself, is to go with your leadership and look at the small stations in these parishes where the SOE is in operation and give them some additional mobility and additional support. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Fagan.
We seem to have made up our minds that we are going to have an extension of this SOE. However, Mr. Speaker, I would have thought that we would have had this stakeholders meeting prior to this sitting. And of course, what would have come out of that meeting would help to guide us as to where we go from here. But since as we are where we are today, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to say that the state of emergency is in my constituency, and we seem to treat Portmore conveniently.
Sometimes it is a municipality by itself. Other times it is a part of St. Catherine. This time we treat it as St. Catherine. What I did not hear from the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, is what kind of statistics would have come out of the Portmore area. He spoke broadly about St. Catherine. I am in the middle, Mr. Speaker, because on one side, the community would be saying, well, we need security, Mr. Fagan. On the other side, the business people are saying, well, we are about to collapse. One area in my constituency, Mr. Speaker, the Portmore Mall, which is one of the largest malls in the Caribbean, the operators, owners and operators of the businesses in that particular mall will tell you that nowadays the traffic that they usually have, that is no more, because people are, you know, most of the persons work outside of Portmore. So they prefer to do their business out of Portmore now, other than to come into Portmore not knowing what is going to happen. In fact, some of the businesses are actually closing from 6 o'clock because there's hardly any movement that is taking place. On the Port Henderson Road, Mr. Speaker, which some of you, some persons might know as the hip strip or back road, Mr. Speaker, it is not only back road as in quotation columns, Mr. Speaker, but there's a big business on the Port Henderson Road strip, Mr. Speaker. And there's a big thriving fish business. Persons, yes. And yes, people sell fish, you have fish vendors, and of course, people would go, there's a lot of restaurants, Mr. Speaker. A lot of persons now, Mr. Speaker, are now seeing that the businesses on the Port Henderson Road are almost out. Families used to come to businesses in the Portmore area to have a meal, especially on weekends. That is out and no more, Mr. Speaker. So what is happening, Mr. Speaker? The small businesses are collapsing. Mr. Speaker, I know of I think it was mentioned here before, a businessman who would have spent millions of dollars to establish a cinema. Mr. Speaker, that person now is almost finding himself in a situation where he's going to have to liquidate his business because nobody's moving after 6 o'clock to go to a cinema. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that the Prime Minister and the government needs to look at a crime plan, not just to continue with this state of emergency. Nowadays, Mr. Speaker, if you call the police for any emergency, whether it is Waterford Police Station, and I'm talking about my constituency now, or it is the Bridgeport Police Station, and I hope the Minister is listening, Minister of Security, there is no police vehicle. Any kind of emergency that you talk about, Mr. Speaker, they are going to tell you that you are to call the 100-man station, which is St. Catherine South. So St. Catherine South, Mr. Speaker, will have 2 or 3 vehicles in the entire Portmore area. And if there is an emergency one of those cars will have to be found wherever that car would be in Portmore. And more often than that, Mr. Speaker, they are in repairs or something like that. I would have thought by now, Mr. Speaker, the amount of cars that were ordered, even though they were used cars, maybe by now a couple of them would have been out and they could have been deployed in Portmore so that the persons in Portmore could benefit from emergencies. So, Mr. Speaker, while we may want to support, I'm really not excited about supporting the extension this afternoon. But I also understand that the people are in fear because they don't see any movement of any police vehicles or any kind of a security outside of the soldiers that might be at a checkpoint. So while that is so, Mr. Speaker, I trust that the government will look seriously at ensuring that there is a plan. Mr. Speaker, I can't see you have a community like, for example, like Waterford, where you can have a crime, and you cannot get intelligence, Mr. Speaker. A small community that you have to put a state of emergency and lock down the entire community. Mr. Speaker, I think that we deserve better, and the people need to be able to move freely. We must put the necessary security in place. We really don't need a state of emergency. Mr. Speaker, I beg of you to seek to get the necessary crime plan in place so that we can remove this arbitrage as early as possible.
Mr. Speaker, just two quick points I wish to make. The Leader of the Opposition has spoken extensively on the matter, but I want to emphasize to the Prime Minister two particular points. One is giving this sweeping power to the security forces over an extended period of time. Even in the Portmore community, I've been getting reports, and I'm following it up with the police I command. A particular police officer just kicking over the small vendors' soup pot in the weekend hours when they are doing their business. Now, this is an example of a situation where when you give unbridled power to law enforcement officer, what you can have. The second point, Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition made the recommendation and indicated for the state of emergency to go until the end of November, after which we will review going forward and any special regime to obtain, particularly in the holiday Christmas season. Prime Minister, the people in Portmore, in St. Catherine, and all over the country where you have the states of emergency, they welcome the presence of the security forces in their communities. That is beyond question. They welcome the presence of the security forces. It gives them a sense and feeling of protection that they are there. And I won't go over much of what has been said about the failure in other areas because of the concentration or the concentrated use of the security forces. But in Portmore, where you agreed and granted the extended opening hours to 11 o'clock, I must tell the Prime Minister, to my surprise, when I went back to the business operators to get their feedback after a week of the new hours, they told me while they welcomed the increase in hours, it made no difference. Because one, the residents don't want to come out in an extended period of time. And so their businesses are not patronized. So the same situation that obtained with the early hours so far as business is concerned remain unchanged. And the fallout from that is not just the income to the business operators, but their employees who have been subsequently laid off. Every time an employee
is laid off is an additional family being affected. Even the medium-sized business entertainment operators made the point to me. They said, while we perhaps can absorb some of those losses, the smaller vendors whose income determine their children being able to go to school is most alarming. And so they said if the state of emergency is going to continue, they would want the normalcy of operating hours to obtain. And the question then arises, Minister, and what would we put to the security forces? Given that conundrum of wanting the security forces to be present, but the calamity that it caused for the businesses, isn't it possible for the security forces to modulate their security operation so that the hours can obtain, the businesses can continue to operate, the employment can continue, and the lives of the innocent people who are not perpetrators of crime can be less disrupted? And it's for that reason why the opposition leader put the proposition, let us go to the end of November. Let us spend some time in consultation with the security forces and see what, if it is to go on beyond November 1st, November 30th, sorry, both in Clarendon and in St. Catherine, and also for the tri-states, tri-parishes in Western Jamaica, come up with a special configuration. Right, and lastly, the numbers for Westmoreland and Hanover has fallen dramatically. In the set of questions we asked, in fact, we'll have further discussion on the answers provided, but one of the questions asks, what are the quantitative and qualitative factors that determine both the declaration and the cessation of a state of emergency? In the case of Westmoreland and Hanover, there's a dramatic decline, which is welcome. But you still have the state of emergency. And very lastly, Prime Minister, the point that the leader of the opposition made and my colleague from Clarendon, the more states of emergencies you have and the use of these police security officers, both JCF and JDF, in these areas, you reduce security presence in the other areas of the country. And no doubt that's why you have reduction in the state of emergency areas, but the overall crime murder levels are still increasing. So it's like 6 or 1 and a half a dozen of the other. Those are my few comments.
Mr. Speaker, I want to just add to what my colleague here said. When Westmoreland, at the beginning of this year, we had a big problem, and I'd actually called for something, and we had said we wanted, at the time we were calling for a SOZO because we wanted to bring the social programs in. And when the state of emergency was enacted, what happened was that it came in with a bang, and as my colleague has said, over the last few months, crime has dropped. We're down about 40%. But I want to just give a word of caution. What you find on the ground over that period of time is, as time has passed, there has been, it appears to most of us down there that less security forces are actually on the ground. Less soldiers, definitively, and it seems less police. But certainly there's a decrease in the security forces. This has become more evident during the period of time since the St. Catherine and Clarendon states of emergency were called. And you're seeing certain symptoms of it. The checkpoint in Green Island has been dismantled. I think one up in the hills, Bethel Town side. But not only that, you're finding that not only is there less security forces, but it appears that even at the checkpoint, there's a level of fatigue setting in. So the checkpoints are not as vigilant as they used to be, simply because
You know, those soldiers and police have been there for how long now? So it's wearing thin. And I want to just say a word of warning that what happens is that when you get this, there comes a point where the criminals start to not feel this imposing factor of a state of emergency. And the crime, while remaining in numbers low, is becoming more blatant. Just 2 weeks ago, Thursday, there was a murder on the main road just outside of Negril in New Hope. And principal of a school was there. They were doing a little function to help a student go back to UTech on the main road. And a car drove up. Some men just got up, walked up and just opened fire, killed a man, walked back to the car, got in the car and drove off. It's a brazenness that's happening in a state of emergency. And what we don't want is to have these state of emergencies that have the negative factors of suspension of persons' constitutional rights, as well as the other issues they have international, just in terms of tourism and other things, and yet the benefits of it become a decreasing set of benefits, as we see happening now in St. James. So I think that what we really want to see is there a breakdown in the gangs, a permanent breakdown in the gangs, which is what we thought that this state of emergency was to put in, to just dismantle the gangs so that we would have some permanent effects of the state of emergency. And we don't know. And based on the figures we're getting, it doesn't seem like that is exactly what is happening. The second point I want to make is that when I supported it the first time, we came here and had a discussion, and I made the point that while hard security, hard policing is important, the social programs are important. And all the studies show you have to have some social programs. And one of the difficulties, and in this house, we had a discussion, and I got a commitment from you, Mr. Prime Minister, here in the House, that we would look at some social programs for Westmoreland, and in specific, we had a discussion about Grange Hill. The Minister of National Security had toured Grange Hill previous to that, and got the commitment. After that, I went into Kings Valley, which was one of the areas where we had problems. And when I went into Kings Valley, I actually took the head of CSJP with me. And we went and looked at it, and I told them we were going to do an intervention in there, have a function, invite the custos, the mayor, everybody to sort of open the community back up. We didn't get $1 support for it. Had to do it. It was the support we raised from the communities, my CDF and other things, and we had a very successful event because it had to be done. Subsequent to that, had further discussions with you, and we toured with the JCIF. I've toured with JCIF. I've been in touch with them repeatedly up to last week, Monday. I called Mr. Sweeney. He said he would get back. This is after a number of calls. I've indicated to you on previous occasions when these extensions are going, and you have said to me that there's a commitment to it. And the truth is, to date, not 1 cent has been given in added support for social programs. And I've heard the discussion going on, and I'm just saying, if the government does not have a commitment to using social programs as part of its crime-fighting activities, all that we're talking about here is going to go for naught. And I'm asking the Prime Minister, please, a commitment was given here. I'm still waiting on it. And let us see if when we put those social programs in place, if they do not have a positive effect on the crime statistics of Westmoreland when that is done. Thank you.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members, for the points raised in the debate. all points worth considering. Let me start with the point raised by the leader of the opposition with the caricature of the state of public emergency as a tool of shock and awe. There is no doubt that the awesome powers given under the scheme of legislation that governs the state of public emergency could be constituted in a particular way that results in shock and awe. There is no question that any government could, if it so chose within 14 days, without the review of Parliament, use the laws to such an extent as to suspend the rights of citizens in that particular way to create shock and awe. There is no question. But the way in which the law is structured also gives the ability to the state to constitute the elements of a response that does not unreasonably dislocate, disrupt, and disturb the decent, law-abiding citizen going about their normal day-to-day operations. So the state of public emergency as a legislative tool gives you a wide range of constituting a response. So on a scale, you could have shock and awe, or you could use it in a very clinical, in a precision way to tackle the particular problem that you want. And how we have used the tool is not for its shock and awe value. We are not trying to shock and awe criminals. What we are trying to do is to capture them. What we are trying to do is to limit their movement. What we are trying to do is to arrest them and bring them into the criminal justice system. So we're not there trying to scare. That's not the intention. The intention is to give regular law enforcement the ability to respond to a particular situation which is at crisis level, which is at emergency level. Mr. Speaker, the history of states of public emergency in Jamaica would suggest that they can only be used in a shock and awe way, that they can only be used to dislocate and disrupt and indeed take the lives of citizens. We have demonstrated that we can use extraordinary powers with great responsibility. We have demonstrated that the state can get extraordinary powers and be responsible and respectful of the people of the country. So the characterization of us in some way diminishing the shock and awe of the state of public emergency merely discloses to the nation the difference in perspective on the use of extraordinary power on this side versus that side. We, Mr. Speaker, like all modern societies, recognize that when there is a situation over and above the capacity of what is given to regular law enforcement in terms of the powers that they have, that we can come to the Parliament and ask the Parliament for additional powers, which is what we have done. I wish to... That's where we're different. Well, all right, we'll discuss it on Thursday. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to remind members of the House that this nation in grappling with crime had something called the Suppression of Crimes Act. I don't know if you remember that. The Suppression of Crimes Act. And it was used in a particular way, which resulted in our security forces using the powers given under that act. And those were powers, by the way, that augmented, and they didn't have to come to Parliament for parliamentary oversight or scrutiny. And for many years we had those powers, and we used them trying to grapple with this murder problem. Sometimes we ended up having some of the highest police killing rates and still yet not having an impact on the murder rate. We ended up, Mr. Speaker, creating a divide between the state and the citizen, a great mistrust. And that bill, that act, that section of the law was repealed. Some of the elements of the Suppression of Crimes Act were put into the Constabulary Act. Some of it was, but not in its full sense. But the Suppression of Crime Act was repealed. Some of the powers, not all, for example, the extension of curfews and so forth, were incorporated in the Constabulary Act. It happens to be the case, Mr. Speaker, that the present legislative structure is not sufficient to allow for our security forces to respond to the epidemic of murders that we now have in our society. And I use the term epidemic because when you compare the incidence of murders in a country like Jamaica versus another country of probably equal size, let's take the Gambia or Namibia. Well, Singapore is 5 million people, high-income country, so let's take them out. But if you were to compare Jamaica with Gambia or Namibia or similar size population, similar size and stage of development, we are an outlier. So we have an epidemic from an epidemiological point of view. You have an emergency, and so you have to use emergency powers. Now, how we craft those powers and use them, that is where I think we have a debate. And that is why we have to now resort to coming to a consensus as to how we put those powers together to allow the security forces to respond in this emergency. The challenge we face as a nation is that we have been living with this high murder rate for so long that we no longer see it as an emergency. We have come almost accustomed to this high level of murder. And I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, that no nation could ever or should ever become so desensitized to this. It is my greatest challenge, Mr. Speaker. It is what it is, I believe, Mr. Speaker, the greatest challenge facing our nation. How do we ensure that we protect life, Mr. Speaker? Life, we protect life. If there were a disease that broke out in the country and it was taking life as rapidly as murders were, we would be mobilizing the Ministry of Health. We would be saying quarantine, compulsory vaccination. I'm saying that we have a crisis and we have to respond using emergency powers. No, we recognize that once you start to give these exceptional, extraordinary powers to the security forces, they are open to abuse. That is one thing that we were very firm on, that if we gave the powers we must ensure that there is no abuse. It worries me terribly when I see videos circulating of policemen abusing citizens. Granted, it was not within an area under SOE, but it must be dealt with and dealt with seriously. And I have said to the Commissioner that the policy of the government is that there must be no abuse of power of the security forces, and where complaints have been made, that action must be taken. Because there is no way that Jamaica must go back to the days when the citizens cower and fear the police and see no difference between the police and the criminals. We must never go back there. I think that we have made, Mr. Speaker, significant progress where people are now willing to share information and cooperate with the police. And that has come as a result of, yes, the work of agencies such as INDECOM, but the work of the police itself in transforming its training and holding to account its officers and other agents in the force. So, Mr. Speaker, this shock and awe of which the leader of the opposition speaks, it is not the intention, and that is not how we use the tool of the SOE. The second point raised is the visibility of security forces in communities. The sense is that we don't have enough policemen and soldiers around. They're not doing checks and searches as before. Mr. Speaker, the state of public emergency allows for an immediate expansion of policing resources by bringing in the resources of the JDF. We use those resources strategically. Sometimes, particularly in the first phase, you have static operations, checkpoints. You have searches being conducted. You have various types of operations. But, Mr. Speaker, as we bring into custody the persons that our intelligence show and evidence show are creating the problems, then we move those resources to other areas. It's not, we don't have enough security forces to, in a consistent and permanent way, give a very high level of visibility and presence. So we use them strategically. Whilst in the background, Mr. Speaker, we have various programs in place to increase the capacity, the human resources of both the JCF and the JDF. This is not a snap of the finger exercise. It takes time to recruit, to train, and then to integrate in the force, and then to have a period of probationary where the police and soldiers who are recently trained and graduated, that they are placed into the fields of operation, but with supervision. That takes time. Mr. Speaker, last time I presented here, I pointed out that the investigative capacity of the force is limited, in fact, very limited. And what we are doing now, which is not a part of the SOEs, but will help, is to increase that capacity. The issue was raised about transportation. Mr. Speaker, the procurement to get vehicles, the procurement process can take you up to a year or more. We have just, no, you couldn't do, Mr. Speaker, I hear the member from Clarendon North say emergency procurement. Mr. Speaker, you can do that under specific conditions and circumstances. Right? Now, I'm told, Mr. Speaker, that we have gotten in almost 250 vehicles. So there is a program, actually, Mr. Speaker, where the JCF will be getting almost a refleeting. So we have had 250 vehicles coming now. We have another 150 coming. So, and that is ongoing exercise. So we're expanding the fleet. But again, Mr. Speaker, these things don't happen overnight. It takes time. The other issue is raised because sometimes there is almost a conflict, it would appear, in the debate. The argument is not congruous because on one point we say we don't want to disrupt the citizens' activities, and then on the other hand we hear that you're not doing enough, which in effect, if you did more, you would be disrupting the citizens' activities. The objective of this government is not to disrupt the law-abiding citizens' activities. So we don't want to in any way negatively impact on commerce. When we start the SOEs, Mr. Speaker, it is important to have domain control. It's very difficult to control the area if regular opening times are permitted in the first phase of the operation. As the SOE operations progress, we relax the closing times. In St. James, the closing times are now, Minister, remind me, about 12, up to midnight, but up to midnight. And St. Catherine, I think it's 11. As it progresses, and we bring into custody those who we know are creating conflict, we dismantle the gangs that we know are creating the problems, we can relax the closing times. It is the intention of the government to ensure that by the Christmas period, by the first week in December, that the closing times are adjusted accordingly to allow people to enjoy the season. It is not the intention of the government to take away the enjoyment of the people. So what I'm saying is that it might be even more than that, as we have done before. It is not the intention. The way in which we have conducted the use of these emergency powers has been such that the only complaints that we have had has been about the impact on business by virtue of the closing times. And we understand that. But we ask the citizens to understand as well that in getting control of the area, that needed to have happened, and as control is established, then progressively we will increase the closing times. And we have done that. We have always done that. So, Mr. Speaker, I hear the suggestion being made that we should come back again the end of November to determine whether or not. I would humbly suggest to the leader of the opposition and others who have made the suggestion that the end of November, or even before that, we will put in place the special provisions to ensure that the SOEs operate throughout December without affecting what people have grown accustomed to in the enjoyment of the season. Mr. Speaker, remember that these extensions would end in early January. So instead of, it's very difficult scheduling issues. I certainly have official trips to make to China and to Japan and to Kenya. Those are issues that I would want the opposition to take into consideration, and that we give the commitment that the Minister of National Security will gazette the new operating regime, which would facilitate the Christmas season, indeed the month of December. Mr. Speaker, the member from Westmoreland suggested that Westmoreland's crime rate and Hanover's crime rate has fallen. And Westmoreland and Hanover should be studied by a criminologist, because those two parishes do not have the urban features so much that would. Westmoreland has a section, but the underpinning of the types of crimes that we are seeing there, much of it is coming from outside, because those areas are treated almost as satellite areas for the main gangs. But, Mr. Speaker, many of the communities there have evolved without state support. So they are informal, and I have toured Westmoreland many times, and the communities there are, without question, in need of social intervention. Hanover has areas like that as well. The challenge is, Mr. Speaker, that for Hanover and for areas of Westmoreland, the interventions cannot be 6 months or even a year. The kinds of intervention that would be needed to bring those communities to where they are wardens of their own peace, you're looking at 5-year kinds of interventions, long-term interventions. Yes, but bear in mind that because you have this embedded crime situation there, for lottery scamming and gangs that have taken root, to dismantle that, it is not simply or merely about arresting the gang leader and putting some of the gangs in jail. You now have to deal with the subculture of the gang that exists, and you have to now break up the criminal network that has created an economic network around it. That doesn't happen overnight. And I give the point, I make the point to the member from Western Westmoreland, the member from Eastern Westmoreland who is not here at the moment. There is a particular criminal that is at large, Preke, that terrorized that area of Eastern Westmoreland, parts of St. Elizabeth. Mr. Speaker, that criminal is still creating problems in the area. Why we have been able to contain the crime and murders in that area is that we have had the state of public emergency in place, and we are still searching for him. What we don't want to do, Mr. Speaker, is to take those two areas, Westmoreland and Hanover, out of the state of emergency and still have at large a criminal of that nature. And the people in Westmoreland will understand what I'm saying, how dangerous a criminal that particular fugitive is. So, Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't want to advance any argument to change the present construction of the tri-parish state of emergency. I would say let it continue until the end of the time allotted for the extension, and give the security forces more time to apprehend that particular person. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to also assure the member that there is a well laid out plan which will see a high level of social intervention in the parish of Westmoreland and in fact in your constituency. We had a meeting at our National Security Council. We have discussed there the expansion of the zones of special operations and the funding that comes with it. Remember what I said earlier, that we are looking for 20 communities to have that kind of long-term intervention. The Minister of National Security will carry the extension of the ZOZOs. But one thing we can say is that they have worked. They have worked, and you are going to get long-term results after we have taken them out of the zones of special operations. These communities will become wardens of their own peace for a long period of time. We have secured some funding. We have developed the framework, and at the appropriate time, we will come to Parliament and explain how the framework will operate and the communities that will be declared under the zones of special operations. So I wish to assure you that there is a very comprehensive plan to address some of the communities in Westmoreland. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe I've addressed most of the points raised.
In relation to your undertaking regarding a new regime for the Christmas period in relation to opening hours, I'd like to ask you really, but through you to your legal officers, advisors, is it possible to put such an undertaking somewhere in the resolution that we are approving? And maybe we can see, because we without any, you'll be away, other things will emerge. We would feel more comfortable with a parliamentary assurance that it will be done.
I'm told that the form of the resolution would not allow for that as a resolution is crafted for Parliament. But, Leader of the Opposition, I am giving my undertaking in the public forum of Parliament. It is as good as a resolution of this House. So, Mr. Speaker, the undertaking, let me be specific therefore. Let me be specific with the undertaking. The undertaking is that for the month of December, right, that the Minister of National Security will have a gazette published which will have the opening and closing hours for business establishments reverting to the normal course of operation. So whatever existed as normal, we would do that during that period. Yes, the normal course. So whatever is allowed within the law normally, that is what you would revert to for the month of December. All right, I think that is a clear and precise commitment. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to... Yes, that's what it means, the normal course. So, Mr. Speaker, I as they say in the courts, I rest my case.
You need to put...
Yes, I need to... So, Mr. Speaker, I now put the motions that we have debated. We could do, well, we won't do you don't want us to do them together, so we could do, the first one would be St. James, and then we go to the by-parish. So we do St. James, Westmoreland and Hanover, the tri-parish resolution.
Members,
and then we do the St. Catherine.
The resolution requires each member to vote. And so, in putting the resolution, the clerk will call your name and you will vote for the record. Those in favor?
James Hamilton.
I'm going to ask you, please, listen to your name and please answer so that the clerk can hear you.
Oh, thanks. Mr. R. Scott. Mr. Azan. Mr. Azan. Okay. Mr. Bartlett. Mr. Brown. Dr. Brownberg. Mr. Buchanan. Yeah. Mr. Bunting. Dr. Campbell. Mr. Leslie Campbell. Dr. Chang. Mr. Chuck. Mr. Clark. That's Mr. Heroy Clark. Dr. Clark. Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn. Miss Daly. Mr. Daly. Yes, sir. Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert. Dr. Dunn. Mr. Fagan. Dr. Ferguson. Mr. Golding. Mr. Green, Miss Grange, pardon me. Mr. Floyd Green. Dr. Guy. Miss Hannah. Mr. Hales. Mr. Hales. Mr. Henry. Mr. Holness. Yes. Mrs. Holness. Yes. Mr. Hutchinson. Mr. Hilton. Mr. Jackson. Mr. Kellier. Mrs. Malahoo Ford. Mr. Main. Mr. Mackenzie. Yes. Dr. McNeil. Mr. Montague. Ms. Nita. Mr. Powell. Mr. Michael Phillips. Mr. Michael Phillips. Dr. Phillips. Mr. Pickersgill. Mr. Redmond. Mr. Robertson. Mr. Robinson. Mrs. Robinson. Mr. Samuda. Mr. Shaw. Mr. Spencer. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Terry Long. Reverend Thwaites. Mr. Tufton. Mrs. Vaz. Mrs. Vaz. Mr. Darrell Vaz. Mr. Dwayne Vaz. Mr. Warmington. Dr. Wheatley. Mrs. Williams. Mr. Witter. Mr. Wright. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Okay. Did it come?
go and count meantime, no man. Miss Cook, I don't want to leave. They want to leave. Just do this one meantime. No, not counting. Miss Curtis, count that no man. And you call the rest of men. Where you marking and so? No, St. Catherine now. The St. Catherine now. The St. Catherine now. Why you go and count that Miss Curtis? Huh? No, with the St. James and over Westmoreland. Right. So St. Catherine Clarendon now. Yes. St. Catherine, eh? So go and count that Miss Curtis.
Members, we are taking the count for the second resolution.
Yes, 47, absent, 16. All right, go ahead. Mr. R. Scott.
Please listen to your name.
Mr. Azan, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brownberg, Mr. Luther Buchanan. Buchanan left, right? Mr. Bunting, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Leslie Campbell, Dr. Chang, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Heroy Clark, Dr. Clark, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Miss Daly, Mr. Daly, Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, Dr. Dunn, Mr. Fagan, Dr. Ferguson, Mr. Golding, Miss Grange, Mr. Green, Dr. Guy, Miss Hannah, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hales, Mr. Henry, Mr. Holness, Mrs. Holness, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Kellier, Mrs. Malahoo Ford, Mr. Main, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Mackenzie,
Yes.
Dr. McNeil, Mr. Montague, Ms. Nito, Mr. Powell, Mr. Michael Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Pickersgill, Mr. Redmond, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mrs. Robinson, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Spencer, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Terrelong, Reverend Thwaites, Mr. Tufton, Mrs. Vaz, Mr. Darrell Vaz, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Witter, Mr. Wright, Mr. Wright, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. Yes. Members, And the first resolution, the count is 47 for, none against. On the second resolution, 47 for, none against. Motions passed in the affirmative. Thank you. Dr. Chang.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motion notice which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Those against? Dr. Chang?
I should maybe be allowed to speak one seat other than my own, Mr. Speaker.
You may go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, in keeping with our commitment to achieve a safe and secure Jamaica, we have been driven to once again request further extensions of enhanced security measures for zones of special operations. As the Prime Minister would have indicated, the prevalence of crime and violence is still at an unacceptable level nationally. The enhanced security measures have been proving themselves, with some areas continuing to account for a lower crime rate than others. The Mount Salem and Denham town communities continue to benefit from the zones of special operation. Having experienced significant community transformation through the imposition of ZOZO, Mr. Speaker, I am again asking this Honourable House to show the nation our joint resolve by approving the extension of the zones of special operations in the communities of Mount Salem and Denham town. I will speak briefly to each of the zones. Mr. Speaker, review of the Mount Salem and Denham town zones of special operations. Acting on the advice of the National Security Council and in accordance with Section 5 of the Law Reform, Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Act, which provides that the Prime Minister and Council, after consultation with the Joint Command, may by order subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives, extend the period in Section 4.3, it is being recommended that Denham Town and Mount Salem zones of special operation, special security and community development measures be extended for a further period of 60 days to the 19th of December 2019 and 07 January 2020 respectively. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the Section 6 of the Act, a formal report is being made to the Parliament which provides an overview of activities within the zones, and I draw the attention of the Honourable House to the two ministry papers laid down earlier today. Mr. Speaker, the zones of special operations were declared in the communities of Mount Salem and Denham Town on the 1st of September 2017 and the 17th of October 2017 respectively. Further consecutive 60 days extension were granted for both communities until the 19th of October 2019 and the 7th of November 2019 respectively. Mr. Speaker, through the clear hold and build strategy, security and social intervention measures were combined in a formula to achieve meaningful and long-lasting change. Since that time, both zones have signaled a turning point in terms of impact of focused intervention in defined spaces. In previous addresses, we have noted the impact of the security efforts during the clear and hold phases, and have noted the work that has commenced and progress made with respect to social and physical intervention in the build phase. We continue therefore to underscore the security impact of the social law and noting that there has been an overall reduction in murders and shooting in the communities. So, Speaker, while there has been the protracted presence of the security force in the zones, the bill phase has taken prominence during this phase. The work of the Social Intervention Committee has taken primacy, and the aim of the bill phase is to ensure the effective implementation of community redevelopment, citizen security, and public safety initiative, which can significantly transform vulnerable and volatile communities. For this reason, we accepted from the onset that this last phase of the strategy would only be the beginning of a much longer process. For the Mount Salem community, the social intervention have been anchored in the bill phase since February 2018, with significant achievements and overall improvement in the community safety and security through a focused set of interventions. Similarly, for the community of Denham Town, the zone has transitioned to bill phase since March 2018. Since the zone was declared in Denham Town, over 22 targeted interventions have been completed, benefiting over 2,500 residents directly and indirectly, over 8,000 residents. These include health services, infrastructure upgrades, educational-based interventions, youth development, behavior modification, and entrepreneurship programs. Mr. Speaker, since the honourable member from Central Kingston made reference to my statement earlier on social intervention, I wish to draw a note of short space of what was published in today's Observer and reflects my own commitment and the government's commitment to a new direction in social intervention, which in fact ZOSO has initiated, because this was not the traditional means of intervening in the areas. So during the Violence Prevention Symposium held in Montego Bay on September 26, I contested the much touted success of social intervention program in St. James. So it sparked a timely and welcome public debate around the issue of how social intervention programs have been designed and implemented over the years and measures of success of these interventions. Indeed, this country has spent billions of dollars in many areas under the band of social intervention, certainly in St. James, but I have not seen the success, and I have to speak to it decisively. Let me make it abundantly clear. The reason for initiating the debate was in no way designed to negate the value and importance of interventions. Rather, it was meant to create the context for to objectively examine how we have gone about conducting these interventions and over the years, and to rethink how to optimize the impact of the interventions going forward. Essentially, I'm proposing a fundamental shift in how we plan and execute these programs. We can no longer rely on project-based interventions that are not inbuilt with the requisite parameters for the community. And I pause here, Mr. Speaker, because one of the major social intervention programs, the CSJP, well-intentioned and maybe well-planned, but this House should appreciate that over 60% of the capital was spent on staffing, administrative staffing and consultancies, and therefore very little reached the targeted communities. And that's why many of these programs are failing. We must, however, embark on an all-of-government approach in which the key ministries, departments, and agencies work collaboratively with the identified communities. In this way, both the budgetary and the human capital requirements will be duly accounted for in advance and within the framework of the national budget. But again, if the current staffing, even need expansion, are trained, reoriented, and remission to deal with the problems in the communities they are in, then we can look towards sustainability. A mindset change among the administrators of these programs will also be crucial for effective interventions. For several decades and across political administration, the residents of at-risk communities, and I emphasize across political administration, have been the beneficiaries of myriad charitable and philanthropic socially based initiatives. And I repeat, the humble people in our inner city community don't need charity, they need opportunity. Right? Opportunity to get a productive job. They have positively, as a member of Parliament for St. James Northwestern, I have witnessed firsthand the scholarships and the facilities that are provided through some of the programs. And I have accessed them for the people. They have positively impacted the lives of the beneficiaries and they made a difference in the educational trajectory and the prospects of the deserving young people. It is undeniable that social intervention initiatives in and of themselves are not harmful. The point of contention is whether in Montego Bay and by extension the wider Jamaica, we have been successful in creating the environment for sustained behavior change. A case in point is in relation to how we have responded to the high dropout rate of boys from formal education system. The member who spoke this evening from Southwest St. Andrew has a very troubled school. It is the Haile Selassie High School, which has the name of a distinguished African leader, but is one of the most challenged, world leader. Yet the school is a total failure. And despite of many interventions by various individuals down there, the school remains a failure because it lacks equipment, it lacks the programs to engage our young people down there. It's one of the few, it is underpopulated, and in fact, it is noticeable that very few girls attend that school because whenever they can find a bus fare to leave, they don't attend. And it is also recorded that many of them drop out by fifth form because of teenage pregnancy. It's a reflection of the failure of the program we have had. Why that is not corrected. The programs, albeit well-intentioned, the social intervention program of the years have failed to significantly impact the proliferation of crime and violence in our society. These may be explained by the key disconnect from the real needs of the residents in the identified communities. For example, residents in many of these communities have unfortunately been deprived of their basic social entitlements such as birth certificates, taxpayer registration number, national ID cards, and the program do not address them. The basic yet essential documents are central to one's sense of nationality, intimately associated with boosting of self-confidence and self-worth. They are the requirements for a job application, school registration, accessing public health services. In seeking to curtail ones, we must restore hope by offering opportunity. The broad comment, Mr. Speaker, I urge, others may wish to read the entire document, but what I look towards is that future programs seek to deal with the institutions, that when the capital is invested, the population will have access to quality health care, the children will have access to quality educational services, and all the requisite social services will be strengthened to ensure we can fill the gaps in what's the community at risk. If we do that over time, we will begin to have the transformative change. Too many of the current programs are project-oriented programs which employ their own staff, do a program independent of the community, and when the project is finished, the community is the same. My background in public health tells me, Mr. Speaker, if you are treating a disease and you take a patient who is ill to hospital, you cure them and send them back to the same environment, my good colleague will agree with me, they end up back sick again very soon. And that has been the nature of social intervention in our society. And we have to correct that. And that has how it has been, because certainly, in my view, and that has been it. Right? So changes must come, and the government is committed to initiate changes, as indicated, and the ZOSA is on it, one of a new direction, but will be expanded to ensure that the nature of social intervention in the various communities will be designed to have sustainable and continuing benefit to the communities. You cannot intervene in that community and they end up without a decent clinic. That's the problem. They cannot afford to go to private doctors. And before I ask for the approval of the motion, I give a very good example. A large corporation walks into a very depressed area in Montego Bay. Build a basic school. Take a picture, put on the front page because they're spending how many $1 million in a depressed community. Put in their yearbook and it's published all over the globe. But they leave. And of course, a poor community, they cannot afford to to pay basic school fee. They cannot afford to feed them. They come to me to pay the fees. The MP don't have the resources to pay recurrent expenses. So in a very short time, somebody quite smart, the school declines in numbers, and somebody borrows the roof to fix a church, somebody else borrows the windows, and somebody else take out the toilets and the lights, and it brings some addition to the community. And I'm giving you what happened. In a particular industry, it will happen in any inner city community you go to. And soon after, all these schools were moving to being a primary school using the much maligned CDF, working with the school board. We converted a section of the school to an infant school where the government pays the fees of the teachers. And we did get some help now from a more sensible operating corporation. And that infant school today is one of the best infant schools because the resources we have in the community is used to ensure the kids have nutritional facility, get good nutrition, uniforms, and the place is kept clean and operative. That is the approach we have to take, and that funds coming in is devoted at changing the services of those people who we are seeking to, lives we are seeking to impact. They must have the basic social services if we are talking about quality social intervention. Project type operation cannot work, have not worked, and will not work. I said this against the background of a township in which all the social intervention programs went into Montego Bay. At one stage, I couldn't keep track of the names, from multinational agencies, private sector companies, moving through, every week a picture of what they're doing. But homicide rate went from over a 20-year period, when all of them are working, 12,400,000 to 182,400,000. I do not apologize for saying without any qualification, they all failed. I'm going to correct that, and with the help and the policies being articulated by this government, we will correct it and provide opportunities for the people in Montego Bay, change the nature, and ensure that the young men of Montego Bay will be able to live a productive, prosperous life without turning to crime. So, Speaker, I thought I'd make that note of those comments and now seek to have the motions put approved. There's a motion for the law reform, zones of special operations, community measures for the Denham Town community, period of operation number 5, order resolution 29. I think I've taken them separately. No. Can you? We can take them both together? Yeah. We'll put them both. You want to speak? All right. We'll put both, Mr. Speaker, and the second one, the law reform zones of special operations, extension of period of operation number 5, order number resolution 29 in the Mount Salem area of St. James.
Those in favor?
No.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we put the motion, Mr. Jackson would like to speak, and Mr. Hilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Jackson, you first, and then Mr. Hilton.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is almost the umpteenth renewal request for the zones of special operation in 2 communities. We have said over and over again, we have no objection and we will give support to the renewal. What we have consistently said is the scope and the depth of these interventions. We have mentioned many times over much of what my colleague made from North Clarendon in his contribution in the earlier debate here this evening made the point. Much of what is provided for in the ZOZOs in terms of social intervention or regular ongoing thing, birth certificate, healthcare, IDs, those don't require any special law to bring them into being. Then you have the zinc fences, etc., etc. So I won't go over that. That point has been made and I'm just reminding of it. However, Mr. Speaker, I want to pick up where the minister ended about social intervention. When I read the article in the newspaper recently about the failure of social intervention and it doesn't work, I never believed what I read. And I thought that the report was incorrect, that the minister would not have and could not have made that statement. Mr. Speaker, social intervention, how they have been designed and implemented, have not given the results that they can provide. That is where the weakness is. So what we ought to do is to examine how we do it, the design of them to make them better. Mr. Speaker, so that's what I'm picking up there. Mr. Speaker, the research is there about the communities throughout Jamaica, their profile, their characteristics that contribute to young men and others become involved in criminal activities and other antisocial behavior. We know what characteristics lead to those behavior. Have we intervened? Have our social intervention programs been targeted using survey data on each community by community, using those that profile that is existing, the number of boys that in school, all of those things, and determine what we need to do over what period of time to get the result that we want. We identify these problems, we just go in with a half-baked, partial intervention called social intervention. And the minister was right. The projectized nature of social intervention is wrong. You have it last for a particular period of time. It has no defined outcome, quantitative outcome design in it that you'll cater for over time. So you just go in, spend the money, when it finishes, and you're out. Those must stop. But don't say social intervention don't work or can't work. If you apply it improperly, incorrectly, you're going to get improperly designed and implemented, you're going to get the kind of failed results that you have gotten. Mr. Speaker, it is our failure to address these problems why we have the continuing extended crime problem that the opposition mentioned of in his presentation in the earlier debate. Those are the kinds of discussion, Minister, that we want to engage in with the stakeholders in that broader forum that we talk about, because the one-off, one-side approach just won't cut it. I want to encourage, Mr. Speaker, just short and to the point. I want to welcome, let us use the stakeholder forum that we have agreed on and we're about to commence as the beginning of arriving at a consensus around those various interventions, not only for crime suppression, which is to cut the murder rate now or over a medium time period, but to make the kind of collective effort that can result in a sustainable long-term reduction of crime and violence in the country. Only then that we will be making a meaningful intervention. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to give my support, as I indicated, to the renewal of these. We know what the problems are. It is just for us to demonstrate the will and to dedicate the resources that are necessary to move them forward. JSIF is not a social intervention mechanism. They do physical things. You need intervention that can lead to behavioral changes and attitudes of individuals, the parents, the children, and other influencers in the communities. Mr. Speaker, when we do those things, that's when we can get the kind of results that all of us desire in this country. Thank you.
Mr. Hilton.
Mr. Speaker, I listened to the presentation from the Minister, and first I want to say the objective, which is to renew and extend the Zozo in Denham Town and Mount Salem, is really the objective of the motion here. I listened to the Minister as he spoke about intervention and the failure of intervention. What I would say, without losing the focus, because I want to comment on the fact that these two interventions from the very outset, we have supported them clear in the objectives and what they were meant to deliver. However, we have said from the beginning that, and we have noticed that when the SOEs have been implemented elsewhere, including in now my constituency and elsewhere, there have been no social intervention, although we have requested time and again to have a conversation about the nature and extent of any social intervention that is sorely needed. Those discussions have never been had, certainly not with me. And my counterpart from Southwest, before she left, asked me to make the point for her as well, that they've been very limited. And the question is, why so? Why so? Because clearly, Minister, you would have visited, as I know you have, some of these communities and see the issues that arise. Members of Parliament, I know you're aware of what I'm trying to do in Western St. Andrew, in music and in sports and in other areas. We were told at one juncture that those communities that had the SOEs, that they will be the beneficiary of a discussion with the members of Parliament to ensure that there's something in place to address some of those pressing needs. Because in a real sense, what you have while you're carrying out this suppression is that the communities and the persons within those communities themselves are being suppressed. It's not only the criminals and those who engage in antisocial behavior. The law-abiding citizens are being, both in respect of their business hours and in respect of their social operation, whether it be a party, whether it be even funerals, setups, 9 nights we have complained about. So you have a suppression, a repression of those other persons. So, Minister,
Order, please.
I read recently.
Order.
What is wrong with you?
Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking protection for the member.
I don't need to ignore Warmington. Yes. So, Minister, as you come to, before the motion is voted on, Minister, you may want to respond, because I've seen articles in the paper and I'd like some clarity around whether or not or what are the considerations that will be given to those constituencies currently on the SOEs for some social intervention.
Thank you very much. As I have said, Mr. Speaker, every time that the SOE or the Zozo comes up for discussion extension, I intend to speak. So nobody can tell me. Not only am I a politician, I'm a social worker, I'm a teacher, and I see the absence. I see the absence. No, Mr. House Leader, Mr. Speaker, can you protect me? I usually don't seek protection, but the member that was expelled from Cuba, you know. Mr. Acting House Leader, relax now, man. Let's relax now. Acting House Leader, relax.
Get a side steer and abuse the position.
The side steer. Minister, he went there and he was deported. Mr. Speaker, the minister gave us some examples of social intervention failures in parts of St. James, I suspect, in his own constituency. Yeah, I don't share your views. I want to make it very clear that those views are not shared by a lot of social workers, people who are in the field of social intervention professionally. That social intervention fails. In fact, what the minister tends to do, and this is not being personal, you're my brethren, is that you are laying the blame on the communities for the lack of sustainability of these interventions, but you don't seem to take any of the blame for yourself, because the political leadership in an area, the political leadership in a constituency has a tremendous role to play to ensure the sustainability of community-based organizations and social intervention without interfering. Let me tell you about the Anion Town Citizen CDC and their role and work. Let me tell you about the Kellit CDC and their role and work with social intervention, or the Johns Hall Farmers Group, or the Ballas River Benevolent Society, or the James Hill Farmers Group, or the Crofts Hill Farmers Group. Here is the problem. No, here is the problem with this, and I keep saying that all of these interventions can, all right, all of these that you have here, and we have to fight for you to start carry them come. Don't forget that, because we insist that you must take and show us what you have done. All of these can be done outside of a zozo. I can tell you, physical environment, land tenure and community safety, human and community development and employment, business and economic development, spiritual and faith-based intervention and leadership. These are things that a lot of us do all the while. When I go and look and see over here, 2,500 residents.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order.
Point of order, okay.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the member is misleading the House. A couple of minutes ago, I hear him calling for a zozo when we were doing the SOE debate. Calling for a zozo in his constituency. Doesn't want the SOE, but he wants a zozo. Now he's speaking in the zozo debate, and he's saying it is not necessary.
I didn't say
I don't. Yes, you did.
No, I didn't say
Go to answer.
No, you're not. No, you. Unfortunately, the member misunderstood the point. The member misunderstood the point. When you say, for example, 2,500 residents and visitors took part in an exciting run through Denham town, a good thing. But you don't really need a zozo to organize a community run. Any social intervention program, wellness program by a ministry, SDC or other agencies can do these things. No, each community is different. We understand the dynamics. We understand dynamics of community. But listen, I say to you, Mr. Speaker, I say to the minister, I say to the government, and by extension I'm saying to Jamaica, here is why these things have failed, as the Minister of National Security says. In all the expenditure they are doing through JCIF and this and that, I have not seen in one line anywhere where they said we have installed 20 new social workers. So people come in, spend a little time, and then gone out. Put in some social workers in these communities, and look after 12 months, you see the difference in these communities. I tell you that. Tell me how much money you spend. $90 million from April to September on food. just to feed the police standing up at the static. I'm not saying that. I'm not. How many social workers you have in the basic schools and in the primary schools in Denham Town? Come and report to me and tell me in the Parliament that in Denham Town, after 2 years, we have put in 5 new teachers in these basic school, temporary teachers, for 1 year or 2 years. We have put in 10 new social workers. We have put in 10 new community workers, and then you will see the difference. I'm telling you, your focus is wrong. Hello. As I said to you earlier, that's your opinion, this is my opinion. The focus of the government is wrong, and that is why you are not getting the results. What you need to do is spend some money and put in trained and qualified social workers in these communities, and you will see the results. You're going to see. You have not said to me, the government has not said to us, we have beefed up the budget for the SDC in these zones, in these areas. I understand. What? That's not the point. That is not the point I'm making. Hello, there's one going at a time, right? One administration at a time. It is your administration now. I'm saying to you, in these 2 areas, Denham Town and Mount Salem, you get up and tell this Parliament when you come report next time, how much money you have given to the SDC for additional social workers and social programs in these 2 zones. 0. Anyway, Minister, I am a believer in social intervention, and I don't share the views expressed all around about social intervention fails. Any company in Jamaica who feel like they can't get any results in St. James, come to Clarendon, North Clarendon. I can give you results because people are there who are willing to work with you and build capacities and train you to ensure the sustainability of the intervention. What people are doing in St. James is that you come build a basic school, you don't come and build a community organization for it, which is a part of the role of the political leadership and the church leadership. And the social SDC will help you to do that. Build the thing first, then you build the basic school, then you have the sustainability for the project. This member from Central Clarendon started a recording studio in his constituency and asked him if it's not working. And he got nothing from, I don't think that a cent from government. And asked if it's not working. No, let's talk about serious business, man. Please, don't take it for a joke. Don't take it for a joke. He saw the need for... Just relax now. One of the needs that he identified, and he has no zozo, in the farm area, Effortville area, was the need for recording the music of this and the skills of these young people. So he started it. No, but the point I'm trying to make, you're taking social intervention lightly. I'm just saying to you, Minister, don't take social intervention lightly. It can have results if it is properly directed. Thanks.
Mr. Speaker, I seek permission to speak from a seat
Order, please.
other than my own. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my support to these 2 extension of period of operation resolution for the ZOSO. And Mr. Speaker, I have listened to what has been said by the members on both sides. I appreciate the point made by the honourable member who has moved the motion. I think there is a little bit of misunderstanding, and he can clarify. As a member of Parliament where one of the zones of special operation exists in the constituency that I represent, I can say that the interventions have worked well. and they are bringing positive changes to the community and to the lives of the residents. And so I agree with the member that it is not really accurate to say social interventions do not work. But what I believe the member here is saying is that there is something fundamentally wrong with how we have designed social intervention programs over the years, and they need to be re-examined. And with that, I agree, because having done the analysis of how the interventions are being delivered in the Mount Salem Zoso, I too have concluded and have suggested that we need to look at how the agencies of the state are delivering on the programs, because they need to be more impactful than they are. But it is not true to say in a wholesale way that interventions do not work. But it is true to say that we need to take a hard look at how we have been delivering them and redesign. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand on behalf of my constituents to say that as we experiment with the implementation of the Zoso law in the Mount Salem zone, it is working and there is room for improvement. And what I know that the minister and this side will do is to do the analysis so that we can get the benefits of what the law was intended to deliver. May it so please you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very short comment. Not at all. But you know, Mr. Speaker, I made a very sharp comment, and I'm holding to my sharp comment because this also law is new, and I said this is a new direction which we'll look at and will continue to expand and experiment new directions. That is what we're looking at. But the social interventions that I refer to have been going on for years. In fact, I recall something when I was in high school as a sixth former intervening with the community. And each time they finish, irrespective of my comments from my colleague who is more rural, and it'll be good to look at the rural poverty in North Clarendon and see what impact they have had in your community-based organization. They have had program over and over. And each time they finish, somebody sits in a nice air-conditioned room in a hotel and do a nice review and indicate how wonderful work has been done. But the conditions remain the same. And I'm not resigning from the fact we must change direction in these matters, in social intervention, to ensure we can have sustainable change. We have been talking about for years the communities we are looking at. For example, some time ago, 15 years ago, what the Planning Institute did the 100 communities in Jamaica that required intervention. And funding was looked at with the World Bank of well over 100 million US. It just stopped in its tracks. We are not doing correct social intervention. It has not worked. It has not worked anywhere, because crime in Jamaica and in the inner cities have continued to increase, and not only crime and murders. The character of life is the social dysfunction in our inner city community. Terrible. I know what my colleague from Western Central is talking about, and if I did not speak as strongly to the issue, I'd have a nice, like a cocktail speech coming out of this conference again, and it may make some comments about what nice things are being done. I know we're going. I like the debate. The government will make some changes, and I expect as we proceed with the changes, we'll have discussion within ourselves, because social intervention, more than any other factor, even than crime intervention services, police work, requires the total buy-in of the community and the leadership of the community. And we are moving forward with new ideas that will ensure there is changing the services that the poor people in our inner city communities and rural Jamaica will access in order to provide them with the kind of opportunities they need to realize their dreams and live a better life. That is a critical element in social development. And I just want to close that. I'm not just saying it now as a member of Parliament who is pretty upset with the program. Only a week ago, convened all the relevant government departments and agencies in a single meeting, permanent secretary included, to look at how we budget for intervention. Because rather than going back to project-oriented intervention, as my friend here referred to, additional social workers, this was done in St. James. There were 30 workers and all manner of people toppling over each other while the SDC was starved. What I'm saying, we must begin to strengthen the existing institutions. And I want to add reorient them, remission them. And every ministry, ideally, what we are looking at, every ministry should have a line item for spending in the selected areas where the Ministry of National Security will be the arrowhead into the communities, identifying them based on the data coming out, so we are aware of these 50, 30, 40 communities which are challenged. The data shows that the majority of murders are committed out of them, the majority of gangs are living there, and in fact the majority of students who are failing on drop out of school exist in these communities. We want to move with the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, and Ministry of Local Government to bring about transformative change in these communities. ZOSA is part of a new direction. I now commend these two resolutions to the House. The first resolution refers to the community of Denham Town, and the second refers to the Mount Salem Division. I think we vote separately, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you can separately.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The motion is that those in favor? Has put the motion be put.
Denham Town.
Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The ayes have it. No. Next, we now put the motion for the extension of the zone of special operation by 60 days in the community of Mount Salem and its environment in the parish of St. James.
Aye.
That's what I want to do now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And may I thank my colleagues for the support on those two motions. And your special program will come, Mr. Zali, at another stage. Mr. Speaker, I now beg to give notice that, Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take first reading and give notice of second reading and commence debate on the bill, notice of which I gave earlier. It's here in the long form. Proceeds of crime.
Those in favor? No. Members, please. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Today. Okay. No. I'm giving you time to go with. I mean, it's one you'll have special interest in, and correctly so, because it was here in the long form. No. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. It was. I know there's time pressure, but I think went to their own. Clerk will read the first time.
Go ahead. A bill shortly entitled The Proceeds of Crime Amendment Act 2019, read the first time.
The second reading of the bill. Mr. Speaker, there was a distraction here. I didn't keep so smooth, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind the Honourable House that in our initial debate this year, I signaled my intention to table during this Parliamentary a strong suite of legislation to assist our law enforcement efforts. Being tabled in Honourable House today is the bill entitled the Proceeds of Crime Amendment Act 2019, which seeks to enhance the investigative efficiency and satisfy Jamaica's compliance with our international obligations and the financial task force, administration task force. The Speaker, the Proceeds of Crime Act, which was passed in 2007, provides for investigation, identification, and recovery of the proceeds of crime. The enactment of this piece of legislation effectively repeal and replace the Money Laundering Act and the Drug Offences Forfeiture of Proceeds Act. Since its enactment, Proceeds of Crime Act has undergone a number of amendments in 2009, in 2010, and in 2013, and most recently in 2016. These amendments included extending the list of offences in respect of which an assumption of criminal lifestyle can be made, to include those offences under the Law Reform Fraudulent Transactions Special Provisions Act in 2013, the anti-lotto scamming, I think it was, which targets offences such as lotto scamming. Crime, Mr. Speaker, is motivated primarily by profit, as criminals are in the business of making money. We must therefore, as a country, work to take the profit out of crime. Organized crime, Mr. Speaker, poses a significant and growing threat to our national security, with serious implications for public order, public safety, public health, the general stability of our economy, and the right of every Jamaican to peace and prosperity. We know that money laundering, illegal firearm dealing, lotto scamming, that is advanced credit fraud, narcotics, and human trafficking have all been linked to organized criminal networks. Mr. Speaker, as I noted in my initial presentation in the budget this year, we will be using the full force of the law to go after these criminals, taking the profit out of crime, seizing their assets, and those assets which are placed in the names of members of their families. As we move towards taking the profit out of crime, we'll also be dismantling the criminal networks in a deliberate way. Mr. Speaker, the continued strengthening of the Proceeds of Crime Act is in keeping with one of the central tenets of the national security policy and the government's crime-fighting efforts. The national security policy identifies a high-impact, high-probability threat, the issue of transnational organized crime, including trafficking in narcotics, money laundering, cybercrime, lotto scamming, identity theft, fraud, and today even human trafficking. Within the globalized context, Mr. Speaker, organized crime, including money laundering and terrorism financing activities, are transnational in scope. In assessing the impact of money laundering, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime estimates the amount of money laundered annually ranges between 2 and 5% of the global domestic product, or upwards of $800 million US. These funds, which are oftentimes proceeds from illicit activities, enable the growth of organized criminal networks, which operate with impunity and continuously erode the fabric of citizen security and good governance. Mr. Speaker, in a bid to protect the integrity of the economy, it is important that the government of Jamaica ensure that a robust framework exists to identify and prevent criminal elements from utilizing the legitimate financial system for their own benefit and in strengthening our criminal organization. The Financial Action Task Force is a global standard-setting body that promotes effective implementation of legal, regulatory, and operational measures for combating money laundering, terrorist financing, and other related threats. The integrity of the international financial system. FATF has developed some 40 recommendations as the Financial Action Task Force as the internationally endorsed global standards against money laundering and terrorist financing. These recommendations increase transparency and enable countries to successfully take action against illicit use of the financial system. We note that money laundering and terrorist financing are combined, and while at this point in time we are thankful that while there could be significant money laundering taking place across the Caribbean, the other side is not yet true. We have to take steps to prevent it becoming a significant factor. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force prepared a mutual evaluation report which indicated that of the 40 recommendations, Jamaica is partially compliant with 21, This was in 2015, to be quite frank with you, and work was then done in 2016, and work started in 2017 on this bill. And non-compliant with 2. As a country, we must therefore address these technical compliance deficiencies with urgency or risk being named by the Financial Action Task Force and make a public statement regarding the jurisdiction of anti-money laundering deficiencies. Members must bear in mind that if this is done, it will impact significantly our economy, right, and the stability of our economy. These public warnings will put pressure on us to address our deficiencies in order to maintain our position in the global economy. But we cannot await that kind of naming. In other words, Mr. Speaker, if we do not apply these fixes, we will be subject to enhanced monitoring of business relationship and other countermeasures which will be applied to Jamaica, which may include a limitation or prohibition of financial transaction as well as duration of corresponding banking relationship, some of which we are now aware in a small way. The concept of de-risking is become well established in the financial jargon in Jamaica. But more critically, if you become labeled, it will impact significantly on the quality and level of investment in our economy. Mr. Speaker, the bill tabled today will strengthen Jamaica's efforts at addressing the deficiencies highlighted. It makes provision for, among other things, facilitating enhanced, simplified customer due diligence on the basis of the proven risk of a customer. This is the first point I mentioned because this particular aspect of the bill will seek to expand inclusiveness in the financial network. Some economists and financiers have indicated that as much as 45% of our small, medium-sized business do not have bank accounts, are unable to, or unwilling to, and have great difficulty in opening bank accounts, and are therefore not participating effectively in the financial system. And many of them resort to informal systems for financing, from partner plans to other activities out there. This particular aspect of the law is designed to correct that and bring our small business and micro business fully into the financial system because of the way it will impact on the financial institutions. The application of enhanced customer due diligence or other countermeasures for business or transaction from countries identified by the Financial Action Task Force as having weak and anti-money laundering systems. These countermeasures could include restricting transaction with businesses or customers from these listed countries to ensure protection of our local financial system, which is currently at a very good stage. We have to protect it. A general increase in penalties, including in relation for bodies corporate, to make these penalties sufficiently dissuasive. In addition to that, introduction of a fixed penalty regime on financial institutions for certain technical anti-money laundering breaches, so that a company can be fined without being prosecuted if it is clear that they have breached the financial regulations that are outlined. Of course, Mr. Speaker, it is structured to give them an opportunity. They are given, I think, 15 days to pay, and then if they don't pay, they'll be allowed 10 days before you prosecute, during which time they will make a case for or against the competent authority. Maintaining comprehensive statistics that will reflect the overall effectiveness and efficiency of our anti-money laundering regime, particularly in respect of the investigation, prosecution, and conviction. This is a very important bill in putting our financial system in a strong position and in seeking to include all of the business activity in Jamaica, especially small and micro business. The bill, Mr. Speaker, I only go through the bill clause by clause, and the following amendments are being proposed. Clause 2, amendment of Section 2 of the Principal Act. This clause amends the definition of enforcing authority as well as financial institution. The current definition of enforcing authority is the agency where it makes an application under Section 5.1 or takes proceedings under Section 57, and B, the Director of Public Prosecutions, where he or she makes such an application. The proposed amendment seeks to delete the words or takes proceeding under Section 57 and substituting therefore the words and in any other case not covered by paragraph B, and deleting the words such as such an application, and substituting therefore the words an application under section 5.1. This section would now read therefore, the agency where it makes an application under section 5.1, and in any other case not covered by paragraph B, the Director of Public Prosecution where he makes an application under section 5.1. The rationale for this amendment is to reflect what currently takes place in terms of the specific jurisdiction of the FID, Financial Investigation Division, versus that of the DPP. The term financial institution currently means, among other things, a person who engages in insurance business within the meaning of the Insurance Act and performs services as an insurance intermediary within the meaning of the Insurance Act. The amendment seeks to delete paragraph E of the definition of financial institution and substituting thereof the following. A person who carries on life insurance business within the meaning of the Insurance Act or performs services as an insurance intermediary in respect of life insurance business within the meaning of the Insurance Act, but does not include an insurance consultant or an adjuster. The proposed amendment accords with the Financial Administrative Task Force definition of a financial institution for this purpose and reflects the realities within the insurance sector based on thematic assessment conducted by the FSC. The assessment was of the view that general insurers should not be subject to this full range of anti-money laundering requirements, as the risk of laundering through the purchase of general insurance is low. That is, general insurance insures existing asset. Life insurance can be used to create assets, and that's the difference. Clause 3, amendment to Section 91A, Section 2 of the Principal Act. Section 91A of the Act, which speaks to the functions of the competent authority, is amended by deleting the full stop at the end of paragraph 2, Section E, and substituting therefore for a semicolon and inserting the following paragraph F. Shall in exercising its function continually assess the risk of money laundering and terrorist financing relating to the business in the regulated sector which that competent authority is responsible for monitoring, and tailor its activities, including any direction or requirement that may be issued, or measures or procedures that may be established under this Act accordingly. B, in subsection 5A, by deleting the words summary conviction before a resident magistrate's court to a fine not exceeding $250,000, and substituting therefore the words conviction before a judge of a parish court to a fine not exceeding $3 million, and in submission and C, in subsection 5B, by deleting the words not exceeding $1 million. This amendment, and maybe that I think refers to the circuit court, which has no limits in terms of fines. This amendment seeks to include a new provision permitting the competent authority to apply a risk-based approach to the AML safety, that's anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing, supervisory efforts, and increase applicable penalties. Yeah, that's this particular seat they will seek for initially, because that's an obligation we have undertaken in our agreements. There will be further amendments, but that will be doing for our local circumstances. But we have this. It could be done on time. On time pressure. We accept it. The time pressure is part of what we're looking to settle, because we do not wish to have the country name. None of us in here would wish that, as a country that is not doing enough in anti-money laundering or countering financing terrorism. Right? Those two major issues which we have to deal with, and only correctly we do it, even without the pressures out there which have got this out of the way. As such, competent authorities would be expected to continually assess the risk relating to their regulated entities and to dedicate the regulatory resources and tailor their examination or other supervisory activities to the risk assessed. This is in keeping with the recommendation 1 of the Financial Administrative Act methodology, which requires countries should identify and assess money laundering and terrorist financing risks for the country. Countries should designate an authority or a mechanism to coordinate actions to assess risks, and countries should keep the risk assessment up to date. FATF dictates that country should have mechanisms to provide information on the results of the risk assessments to all relevant competent authorities and self-regulatory bodies, financial institutions, and designated non-financial business and professions. Again, yes, much of this is to do with our obligation to meet the Financial Administrative Task Force recommendations in keeping Jamaica's good name in the financial sector. They have said other factors will intervene as we proceed to look at our own criminal activity. But bear in mind, the one that the members are concerned about, this is unexplained wealth, is something that has to be handled with more tact and delicacy. That you have to look at how we interface with individuals' constitutional right. But it will be done. Clause 4, amendment of Section 94 of the Principal Act. Section 94 of the Principal Act, which deals with non-disclosure by a person in the regulated sector, is amended by deleting subsection 4 and substituting therefore the following. 4. For the purpose of this section, a business in the regulated sector shall in relation to each customer make and retain for a period of not less than 7 years, or such a period as the supervisory authority shall in writing direct a record of all A. Complex, unusual, or large business transaction carried out by that customer with the business, and B. Unusual patterns of transaction, whether completed or not, which appear to be inconsistent with the normal transaction carried out by the customer with the business. This section was amended to provide for the inclusion of a new section 94A, which speaks to the countermeasures for listed territories. Clause 5, the insertion of a new section in the Principal Act, enhanced measures in respect of transaction with customer domicile resident or incorporated specified territories. The Principal Act is amended by inserting next after Section 94 the following section, 94A, 1. A business in the regulated sector shall, in respect of all its business relationships and transaction with any customer resident or domiciled, or in the case of a body corporate, incorporated in a specific territory. A. Apply the enhanced due diligence procedures. B. Ensure that the background and purpose of all such relationship and transaction are examined. And C. Ensure that the findings under paragraphs A and B are set out in writing and made available upon request to the designated authority, the supervisory authority, or the competent authority concerned as the case may require. And D. Limit those business relationships or one-off transactions in accordance with enhanced money laundering countermeasures set out in the regulations made under this part. 2. For the purpose of this section, enhanced due diligence procedures means such enhanced due diligence procedures as are prescribed pursuant to Section 102. Specified territory means a territory specified in a list published by the notice in the Gazette by a supervisory authority as being a territory in respect of which there is a greater associated risk of money laundering or terrorist financing. 3. A business in the regulated sector that fails to comply with subsection 1 commits an offense and shall be liable on conviction before a parish court to a fine not exceeding $3 million or be in a circuit court to a fine. This amendment will ensure an application of enhanced due diligence measures for transactions and business relationships from countries listed by the Financial Action Task Force. And having weak, well, I get the list for you when you come back. Because they're listed by the, well, you can double your fees for those clients. They are greater risk. They don't bring any money here. But in their own country. And CFT mechanism. This is in accordance with the Financial Administration and Task Force Act. For countries which are named on the Money Laundering Act and under the Counter Financial Terrorism Act. The goal is to secure the adoption by all financial institutions of international standards to prevent, detect, and punish money laundering and thereby effectively cooperate internationally in the global fight against money laundering and financing of terrorism. Global safeguards to combat money laundering and terrorism financing, that is anti-money laundering and combating the financing of terrorism, are only as strong as the jurisdiction with the weakest measures. criminals can circumvent weak anti-money laundering and combating the financial terrorism controls to successfully launder money or to move assets to finance terrorism through the financial system. The Financial Action Task Force processes helps protect the integrity of the international financial system. Public identification and the prospect of public identification encourages countries to swiftly make significant improvements in their activity and their measures. Bear in mind, this is compounded today by the presence of cybercurrency, which is everywhere at all times. Clause 6, amendment of Section 97 of the Principal Act. Section 97 of the Principal Act, which speaks to tipping off, is amended. A, by deleting subsection 1A and substituting therefore the following. A, knowing or having reasonable grounds to believe that a disclosure falling within section 100 has been made or is to be made. The person discloses to another person any information or any other matter relating to the first mentioned disclosure. B, subsection 1B, by deleting the words enforcing authority and substituting therefore the words agency, the director of public prosecution or authorized officer as defined by section 103. C, in subsection 2, by deleting paragraph A and renumbering. This section is amended to address deficiencies in the tipping off regime. The current measures are limited to situations where an investigation is either prejudiced or likely to be prejudiced, or where information is disclosed on an ongoing or pending money laundering investigation and does not cover the issue of disclosing information that would form part of a protected disclosure, suspicious transaction report, not yet filed with the Financial Investigation Division. Very important amendment. Clause 7, Section 101A of the Principal Act, which speaks to a limit on cash transactions, amended. A, in subsection 1, A, by deleting the word goods and substituting therefore the word property. Currently, there is a lack of clarity as to whether transactions involving the purchase of land, which are not goods or services, or payment made pursuant to an investment contract, say to a securities dealer, would be covered. This amendment therefore clarifies the range of transactions currently provided for in this section to be expanded. I think I look at the Principal Act, but this would be section 101A. But it relates to that kind of cash transaction, any abnormal high cash transaction, and it may be amended to go higher or lower. Section 101A is further amended by deleting subsection 3 and substituting therefore the following. 3. The minister may by order, subject to the affirmative resolution, exempt a person or particular type of transaction from the requirements of this section. A, after written consultation, and please note, after written consultation with the designated authority and the competent authority concerned, and that the competent authority shall for that purpose submit to the minister a written assessment of the risk of money laundering and terrorist financing relating to the person or transaction concerned. And B, if the minister is satisfied that it is in the public interest to do so. This amendment seeks to strengthen the process of granting exemption on this section. This regard, it will now become a requirement for the competent or designated authority to provide an assessment of the strength of an applicant's money laundering systems to the minister for the granting of exemption to a person or a particular type of transaction specified in this section. Clause 8, Section 102 of the Principal Act, which deals with the power of the minister to make regulation, is amended in subsection 1B by inserting next after the words the regulated sector the words including the enhanced monitoring procedures to be applied in respect of specified territories for the purpose of section 94A. This includes an necessary to ground regulations and application of enhanced monitoring procedures. Clause 9, amendment of section 137 of the Act. Section 137 of the Principal Act, which deals with the protection of persons exercising functions under the Act, is amended in subsection 1 by deleting the words under this Act or submit reports to the enforcing authority, and substituting therefore the words, or the competent authority concerned under this Act, or submits reports to the enforcing authority or competent authority concerned. This section seeks to expand the immunity provided therein to the competent authority or to any other person entitled to make or receive a report or receive information under the Proceeds of Crime Act. It is necessary to ensure that the legislation does not act as a hindrance to the efforts of the enforcing authority and competent authority. It is not unusual through normal course of dealing for the competent authority to receive reports concerning anti-money laundering and combating financing terrorism matters. Clause 10, insertion of a new section 137A in the Principal Act, statistical information. So obviously put the responsibility on the relevant financial institution. The Principal Act is amended by inserting next after section 137 the following section, 137A1. An entity designated as a supervisory authority, competent authority, or designated authority under this Act shall keep such statistical records as it considers appropriate for the purpose of measuring the overall effectiveness of measures taken under this Act with respect to the prevention of money laundering and terrorist financing. 2. The Minister may by order publish in the Gazette specify entities other than those specified in subsection 1 that are required to keep statistics for the purpose of this section, and B, the statistics to be kept by the entities to which paragraph A applies for the purpose of measuring the overall effectiveness of measures taken under this Act with respect to the prevention of money laundering and terrorist financing. 3. Statistical information kept under subsection 1 or 2 may be disclosed to any entity referred to in subsection 4, if the information does not include any information from which the identity of any person or any personal details in respect of any person is ascertainable either on the face of the disclosure or by reasonable inference. 4. The entities are A, the Director of Public Prosecutions, B, the Commissioner of Police, C, the Commissioner of Customs, D, the Attorney General, E, the Director General of Major Organized Crime and Anti-Corruption Agency, F, the Chief Technical Director of the Financial Investigation Division, G, any other entity designated by the Minister by order for the purpose of this section. This includes and requires the supervisory, competent and designated authorities to maintain statistics to reflect overall effectiveness and efficiency of Anti-Money Laundering Act, combating finance and terrorism systems, particularly in respect of investigations, prosecutions and convictions. This provision addresses recommendations 33 of the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force Mutual Evaluation Report, which rated Jamaica as being partially compliant in maintaining comprehensive statistics. Clause 11, amendment of Section 138 of the Principal Act. Section 138 of the Principal Act, which deals with regulation, is amended by renumbering the section as Section 131(1) and inserting the following as subsection 2 to 10 of that section. Regulations made on this section may be provided A, in respect of offences for breach and those of regulations for monetary penalties in excess of the amount stated in Section 29 of the Interpretation Act, and B, specify the applicable offences under the regulations in respect of which the competent authority concerned may issue a fixed penalty notice in accordance with this section to any entity which the competent authority has reason to believe has committed any such offence. A fixed penalty notice under this section is a notice in writing in prescribed form offering the entity to whom it is issued the opportunity to discharge any liability to conviction of an applicable offence by payment for a fixed penalty under this section, and notice shall A, give such particulars of the offence alleged as are necessary for giving reasonable information of the allegation. B, state 1, the period, whether 15 days or a longer period, during which, by virtue of subsection 4, proceeding will not be taken for the offence, and 2, the amount of the fixed penalty payable by the entity. And C, require the entity, in the event that the fixed penalty is not paid within the period specified in the notice under subsection 4, to attend before the court having jurisdiction to try the offence, to answer the charge, and such date as may be specified, being a date not earlier than 10 days after the expiration of the period specified pursuant to subsection 4, and that requirement shall constitute a summons for the entity to attend court to answer the charge if the fixed penalty is not paid within the period specified in the notice under subsection 4. Where an entity is issued a fixed penalty notice under this section, proceedings shall not be taken against an entity in respect of the applicable offence concerned until the end of 15 days following the date of the notice, or such longer period as may be specified by the notice. 5, an entity to whom a fixed penalty notice is issued under this section shall not be liable to be convicted of the applicable offence concerned, A, if the entity pays the fixed penalty with respect thereto in accordance with this section, and B, if the offence is a continuing offence, the entity has taken steps such that the offence no longer continues. Before the expiration of the 15 days following the date of the fixed penalty notice referred to in subsection 4, or such longer period as may be specified in the notice, or the date on which the proceedings are begun in respect of the offence. 6. In subsection 4 and 5, proceeding means criminal proceedings in respect of an act or omission constituting the offence concerned and convicted shall be construed accordingly. 7. Payment of a fixed penalty under this section shall be made to the collector of tax, and in any proceedings, a certificate that payment of the fixed penalty was not made to the collector of taxes by a date specified in the certificate, shall, if the certificate purports to be signed by the collector of tax, be admissible as evidence of the facts stated therein. 8. In any proceedings for an applicable offence, no reference shall be made to the giving of any notice under this section or to the payment or non-payment of a fixed penalty under this section, unless in the course of proceedings or in some document which is before the court in connection with the proceedings, reference is made by or on behalf of the accused to the giving of such notice, or as the case may be, to such payment or non-payment. 9. Regulations referred to in subsection 2 may also provide for any matter necessary for or incidental to the operation of subsection 2 to 8, and in particular, such regulation may prescribe A, the form of notice to be issued under subsection 2, B, the nature of any information to be furnished to the competent authority in relation to the payment of a fixed penalty, and C, provisions for the cancellation or variation of the notices issued under subsection 2. Item 10, in this regulation, competent authority has a meaning assigned to it by section 91(1), section G. The introduction of this provision allows for the establishment of a fixed penalty regime, and is a crucial part of what comes out of this particular bill in dealing with the financial institutions. The government is of the view that there is significant utility in being able to sanction financial and other institutions that are under regulatory obligations for contravention under by the competent authority without necessarily seeking a conviction as a condition precedent. These sanctions would operate as dissuasive measures to promote compliance without threatening the financial sector stability. The intention is to penalize persons in breach in a significant way, even though they are not being subject to criminal prosecution. Finally, Clause 12, inserts of a new Section 139 in Principal Act, penalties re-offences by bodies corporate. The Principal Act is amended by inserting next after Section 138 the following section. 139. In determining the amount of any fine to be imposed on a body corporate under this act, the court may have to regard. I'm sure the members of the House would like to appreciate this clause. The court may have to regard to A, the nature of the business carried out by the corporate body, the size of the business concerned, including the level of profit or total revenue generated therefrom by the body corporate, and C, any other factor that the court considers relevant to deciding on that fine. The assessment done by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force indicated that while the fines are proportionate, the sanctions for entities do not appear to be sufficiently dissuasive, considering that some entities are international companies for which this amount can be considered minimal. This provision therefore details some criteria for the judge to consider when determining the fines to be imposed on a body corporate. Mr. Speaker, the importance of adoption of these amendments cannot be overemphasized. The Proceeds of Crime Act is a critical tool in the fight against organized crime. It allows the Financial Investigation Division, FID, to seize assets in the form of cash and property, including land, where these assets are proved to have been acquired as a result of criminal activities. It establishes a comprehensive regime aimed at preventing the use of Jamaica's financial sector to launder money accumulated by those involved in criminal activities. Mr. Speaker, I reiterate, if we do not apply these fixes to our legislation, the country will be publicly identified as having weak anti-money laundering activity, weak anti-money laundering measures, and measures to combat the financing of terrorism systems. And we will be subject to enhanced monitoring and other countermeasures that will have grave implications for our financial sector. To include the deterioration of our correspondent bank relationship, I therefore look forward to the support of the House in passing these amendments. So, Speaker, I thank the House, but I want to thank the various members of the legislative team that worked on bringing this bill to the House today, both from the Ministry staff, the policy unit, the AG's department, and of course the overworked and heavily burdened CPC of Parliament. It was a challenge to get here on time because we do have a time factor in this particular bill. Let me thank my colleagues for listening, and I look forward to their support on concluding this bill at the next sitting. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, as we saw, the Minister of National Security has opened the debate. At the next sitting of the House, we will get the response and the contribution from the opposition. And we'll close the debate. Very critical matter. Mr. Speaker, it is not intended. Oh yes, you'd have to ask.
Mr. Speaker.
Oh, you have questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Speaker, remember I had asked for suspension of the standing orders to permit us to go to public business. I now ask that you return to the agenda and go down from announcements and from notices of motion given orally so that we can take questions. But the time being 7:15, beyond that time that is provided for questions and answers to question, we ask that the House permit us to take questions and answers by suspending standing orders for that.
The motion is that the debate on this bill be suspended. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? As our
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Witter.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motion notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Those against? As of it. Mr. Whittle.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask that the motion be approved.
Those in favor? Those against? As of it. Members, you have to listen. Question.
Mr. Speaker, I am tabling this question on behalf of the member from Southeast St. Andrew. At the end of 21 days, the following questions have been asked of the Minister of Science, Energy and Technology as listed.
Thank you very much for your understanding and tolerance today, Mr. Speaker. It's been a very good day, and I now ask that this Honourable House be suspended adjourned until next Tuesday at 2 p.m. But Mr. Speaker, before we close, I just wish to remind you that we opened the constituency debate. The member from Northeast St. Catherine opened the debate. And since then, we have had no debates coming from either side. I'm going to ask the acting leader of opposition business to engage the members on his side to indicate their preference in terms of when they would like to make their contribution. And I'm going to ask the deputy House leader to apply his usual skills to obtain the names of all those members on this side of the House who wish to make a contribution in a schedule that can be followed and which ought properly to commence next sitting of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion is that the House be now adjourned until next week, Tuesday, at 2 p.m. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? As of it. This House stands adjourned and members stand until the mace goes through the door.